The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's homepage, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in. First name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's homepage, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in. First name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's homepage, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
I think we're waiting on the staff.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, there you go. We could only see the PowerPoint. Are we ready to begin?
Yes, we are.
I cannot get my video on, but I can hear you all.
We can hear you as well.
We can hear you,
Okay.
Commissioner Whitaker. All right. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order, and I will pass this over to Chair Coyne.
Good morning. This is the Commission for Independent Education, and I am Dr. Mildred Coyne, Chair of the Commission. We are meeting virtually via Zoom. Today is July 27th, 2023. Ms. Hood, could we please have a roll call?
Commissioner Coyne,
Present.
Commissioner Williams, Commissioner Whitaker,
Present.
Commissioner Cross,
Present.
Commissioner Taylor Ellis,
Present.
Commissioner Marty,
Present.
and Commissioner Stefano.
Present.
Thank you. It is now time for the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Vice Chair Williams.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the
of the United States of America
and to
and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So thank you for joining us this morning. This meeting has 2 viewing options as follows. Please use option 1 if you only wish to view the meeting. Navigate to the Commission's agenda information webpage and click the webcast link available for the desired day. Today's agenda addresses degree granting institutions. These links will direct you to a live video feed of the meeting that will be used for viewing purposes only. This option does not allow anyone to communicate with the Commission or staff. Please use option 2 if you will need to communicate with the Commission during today's meeting, including institutions on the agenda. Navigate to the webcast links referenced a moment ago and locate the Zoom webinar registration link. Under the video link, there's a separate registration link for each day, July 27th and 28th. You must register separately for each day. This link will send a confirmation email that contains additional instruction on how to proceed with viewing the meeting. When registering, please note the following. A separate registration is required for each user, as shared logins are not permitted. When registering, please enter your school name as it appears on the agenda in the designated organization box. This will assist with identifying schools during the meeting. The confirmation email contains instructions for dialing in to the webinar for users desiring to call in. If your school is called, please raise your digital hand and unmute yourself. During the meeting, please ensure your device remains muted unless you are speaking with the commission. It is recommended that only one device be in the same room at one time. If multiple devices are nearby, please be sure to silence the volume and make sure they are muted. This will prevent any feedback during the meeting. For users who use the dial-in feature, you can press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute your phone. For technical assistance with using Zoom, please see the Zoom technical support website link identified on the CIE website. For questions or concerns, please email cieinfo@fldoe.org. Thank you for joining us today and welcome. So due to this meeting's virtual format, we will forego the introduction of visitors. We will ask that any individual speaking with the commission on behalf of an institution to please state your full name and relation with the school. Next on the agenda, we have the approval of the minutes. We will consider minutes from the meeting held May 25 and 26, 2023 today. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So move.
Second.
That's Commissioner Marty and Commissioner Stefano. If I got that right, I couldn't see you all.
Yes, I think so.
We have a first and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, let's call a vote to approve the minutes as submitted. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes to approve the May minutes. Ms. Hurst, will you please provide the Executive Director's report?
Thank you, Chair Coyne. So we will start with our student protection fee funds. The current balance is $3,807,876.42. No payouts have occurred and no citations have occurred. Just as a friendly reminder, we are having rules workshops following today's and tomorrow's commission meetings. We greatly value your input, so we do encourage you to stay and join those meetings. And that concludes the Executive Director's report.
Great, thank you. Mr. Jinside, will you please provide the Executive Director's report?
I do not have a legal counsel report to provide presently, except to note, Madam Chair, that at the conclusion of the present meeting, we will be having something of a rare sight for the commission. We will be having an informal hearing. That is to say, a hearing for reconsideration of a notice of intent issued by the commission in June of 2022. And I will be providing further direction and instruction when that point of our meeting is reached.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Any questions from any of the commissioners regarding the matter at hand? Thank you for that legal counsel report. Sorry, I did call you out for the wrong report. Next on the agenda are issues relating to degree granting institutions. The first part of the agenda is for institutions ordered to appear back before the commission. We have 5 items to consider, and we will take these individually. The first college is Florida Career College, Miami, number 1792. If you are here, the staff have provided recommendations. If you are here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Good morning. I'm Timothy Moscato, Regional Vice President of Operations for Florida Career College.
Good morning, Director
Excellent.
Hurst, and morning, Commissioners. This is Sanjay Sardana, CFO for Florida Career College and IEC.
And good morning. This is Aaron Mortensen, General Counsel of IEC and Florida Career College.
Welcome. Thank you for being here. Is there any update that you'd like to share in regarding
yes,
the
Commissioner Coyne, I have
report that we accepted?
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you asking if I had an update?
I'm asking if there's any if there's anything you'd like to share or to update the commission, or if there's any commissioners have any questions for Florida Career College.
I would like to just update the commission that we are still seeing students successfully complete their programs as they're moving through. So we are seeing students graduate, complete their programs, and we are continuing to make sure that each student is able to progress through to the completion of their program. And just really proud of the students and of the faculty and the staff that are continuing to do everything they can to make sure our students are successful. Just wanted to make sure the commissioners understood.
Well, that's good to hear that. Have you do you have ongoing processes for teach-out plans, or is there any update to your appeal process that's in progress?
I'll let our General Counsel, Aaron Mortensen, answer that.
Yes, good morning and thank you. We continue to have conversations with the U.S. Department of Education and believe that we're making progress in that regard, and we'll continue to update the commission when we have a substantive development. As far as teach-out plans, we continue to have discussions with our peer institutions in the state of Florida and have made significant progress toward teach-out. As the commission is aware, our access to Title IV funds is available until January of 2024, and that impacts our teach-out plans and when we have any plans to teach out students, because we anticipate graduating the vast majority of our students on or before the end of January 2024.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, is there any other discussion? Hearing no further, is there a motion to accept the staff recommendation?
So moved.
I have a first and a second. Is there any, no other discussion? Then we'll take a vote. All those in favor of accepting staff recommendations?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the motion is adopted. Staff recommendation is adopted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
The next school is Fortis College, Cutler Bay, number 4423. If you are here as well as Fortis College, Orange Park, number 2090, Fortis Institute, Pensacola, number 1956, Fortis Institute, Port St. Lucie, number 3024. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you are here from the institution, please raise your digital hand and introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Steve Budash. I'm the CFO of Education Affiliates, which is the parent company of Fortis Colleges and Fortis Institute.
Deb, why don't you go ahead?
Good morning. I'm Deb Thibodeau, Campus President, Fortis College, Cutler Bay.
I'm Nikki Good. I am the Regional Vice President for Fortis.
Good morning. My name is Wyman Dickey. I'm the Campus President for Fortis College in Orange Park.
Good morning. Kathleen Cole. I am the Campus President for Fortis Institute in Pensacola, Florida.
Good morning. I'm Julia Denniston, Campus President for Port St. Lucie.
Thank you all for being here. Commissioners, is there any discussion? Any questions or? Excellent. Okay, if they're hearing no further discussion, is there a motion to accept the staff's recommendation?
So moved. Second.
Commissioner Stefano, Commissioner Cross, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Staff recommendation is adopted. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Item B on the agenda is applications for provisional licensure. We will take these two institutions individually. The first institution is Apollos University, West Melbourne, number 12707. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you are here from that institution, please raise your hand and unmute yourself and introduce yourself.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Paul Eitzen. I am the CEO of Apollos University. We have Dr. Scott Eitzen, who is the president. We have all four of our senior vice presidents. Michelle Fox is the executive vice president for student services and development. We have Dr. Robin Westrick, who is the executive vice president of academic affairs and the provost. We have Dr. Vishal Chander, who is the Executive Vice President of Information Technology, the CIO and the CAIO. And we have the Executive Vice President for Administration, Dr. Kelly Lancaster. We also have our Registrar, Ms. Shirley Castro. We have our VP of Systems, Vidon Nguyen. And we have Dr. Marvel Young, who is our Vice President and Chief Diversity Officer. And we're very happy to be here this morning.
Well, welcome. We're glad that you're here as well, and look forward to seeing you all in person.
Good.
Would you like to share a bit about your school?
Sure. We originally started as a nonprofit and switched over immediately to a for-profit school, and we did that back in 2005. We have been accredited with by DEAC since 2012, and we are currently located in Great Falls, Montana. We offer associate and bachelor's in business. We offer a bachelor's of IT. We offer a master's of organizational management. We offer an MBA. And we offer 3 DBAs, Doctorate of Business Administration. We offer one with AI and one with IT. We have students from all around the world. And I'm going to let Dr. Scott Eitzen, our president, take over the mic and answer any other questions. And he can also add anything to that, Scott, if you wish to do so.
Yes, good morning. This is Dr. Scott Eitzen, president of Apollos University. I'd be happy to tell you more about our student population or anything you'd like to know.
Sure, I'd be very interested about your student population.
Okay, currently, when I ran these numbers yesterday, we have 187 students. We're about 60% international students, and we have 75 students studying in the United States. Across 27 different states here in the U.S. Currently, Florida, we have 4 students from Florida, and that is the second largest grouping from the states. In terms of our administrative capacities and faculty here in Florida, we already have 5 administrators that live in Florida, all 5 of which live in Brevard County, where we're hoping to get set up. And we also have 8 faculty members also already living in Florida, and 6 of those are in Brevard County.
Very good. How are you marketing and attracting your students? What's your, your differential in the online space for marketing to attract students?
So we cater predominantly to working adults. And so to meet those groups here, those age brackets, Facebook is still social media. Facebook is still driven marketing. We use that predominantly here in the United States, and we're able to blanket all 50 states that way. We also use international students are attracted a little differently, but we use a company that I believe is out of the Netherlands, that offers similar opportunities for us that highlight our programs, highlight our outcomes, and things of that nature.
Yeah, I'll add that we use Keystone in the Netherlands, and we also use Netmark out of California for the U.S. marketing.
And how do you connect your students to employers along their education journey and or how is your curriculum influenced by employers?
So we do collect data from employers of our students each year, and we discuss outcomes with them through the data that we collect. Since most of our students are working adults, I believe last year I didn't crunch these numbers before coming to the meeting. I apologize, but I think 97%-ish, somewhere in there, of our students last year. Of our graduates were employed throughout their studies, and over 50% of them concluded or told us that they got a raise or a promotion as after completing their degrees.
Yeah, great, thank you. That was going to be my next question. How do you capture that information from your students about the impact of their education with Apollos University?
So we collect data throughout their studies, and then of course after we have we survey our graduates each year, and we survey our alumni each year, and in accordance with that, we do send out a survey to their employers.
Okay. Any other questions or comments, commissioners?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I just wanted to ask if. I'm just curious why they're moving to Florida. What draws them to Florida? I mean, we love the state, but I'm just curious to know what's prompted them to make this move.
I can answer that, Scott. I'm sorry, I don't know why my throat's dry as heck this morning, but I have lived in Brevard County for many years. My son went to school there. He went to high school. He went to college at UCF. He graduated with both his bachelor's and his master's from University of Central Florida, then went on to Kentucky to get his doctorate. I worked at Kennedy Space Center for Boeing and also McDonnell Douglas. I was in the Air Force at Patrick Air Force Base, now Space Base. And so there are a lot with our AI and our IT programs. I think that we are a great mix for all of the industry that is in Brevard County and everything that's going on there with the launches and things. So we think that it will be good for our students and it will be good for Apollos to move into that field there and be able to offer the companies like Collins, Boeing, all of those companies with expertise from our students, from our graduates. And we think that it will help promote Apollos there. So that's really why we're moving there. Plus, we all love Florida. And
so
the vast majority
of primarily an online operation now. Are you hoping that it's going to be on ground near that site? Is that the goal?
Yes, we are already, we have the ability to teach both hybrid and online. Hybrid means the students actually attend class, but they do all of their work and take all their exams online. And we are applying through DEAC to have the site be a hybrid site. Mm-hmm. So we can teach online and also on ground.
Great, thank you. One last question. I noticed you have a lot of affiliation agreements, which is great. I'm just curious what the purpose that's serving. Is it to expand your course offerings, program offerings that your school doesn't offer? what's the impetus behind the various affiliation agreements?
The articulation agreements just simply help us to bring in students from their schools, and we do that quite well. They will teach a certain amount of the program, and then we will teach the rest of the program. And by doing so, we're able to cross transfer credits, and the students from those schools can receive a degree from their home school plus an American degree. And then a couple of the schools that we have an articulation agreement with, they accept our students into their programs and take our credits. So we've already gone through all of that with the 3 of them. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry, Commissioner Stefano, were you going to ask something?
I believe in his previous response, he already addressed the question that was asked, which was the structure of the program. I saw that hybrid, synchronous, and asynchronous were selected. So I just wanted some insight into how the program is structured. But if I could extrapolate from his previous response, my understanding is that it's primarily online. There's some asynchronous content. You have some synchronous classes scheduled, and you're increasingly making available the option for certain in-person elements, thereby selecting the hybrid checkbox there. Is that a correct interpretation of the structure of the program?
That's primarily true, yes. We right now, we are 100% distant education, online using Moodle as our platform. But we are also approved by DEAC to teach in residence at the campus here, and we are applying for that at the campus in Florida. What we did was, once we made the decision to move to open a campus in Florida, we taught out all of our online students, or excuse me, on-ground students, and finalized that, and we have not accepted any on-ground students since that day. And then, but once we move to Florida, then we will be approved there, and it will be both offered at both online and also via the hybrid system.
Great, thank you. And these are exciting programs, so I appreciate your focal points.
Thank you. We do too, we like it.
Commissioners, any other discussion? Hearing no further discussion, is there a motion to accept the staff's recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Whitaker, second by Commissioner Cross. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion to accept staff's recommendation is adopted. Congratulations.
Thank you. We are very happy.
Great. The next institution is Carver University, Orlando, number 12743. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you are here from the institution, please raise your digital hand and introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Geller, and I am the academic coordinator of Carver University. I hold a master's degree in organizational psychology and have 20 years of experience in both clinical and organizational psychology. Additionally, I am cognitive behavioral psychotherapist and analysis of microexpressions. In the field of education, I've earned diplomas in virtual and blended education, as well as andragogic education. Over the past 2 decades, I have been actively teaching both undergraduate and graduate programs at the university. Teaching has always been my vocation, the ability to offer people the opportunity to grow academically and personally, enabling them to create a positive impact on both individuals and society.
Good morning. My name is Juan Pablo Laporte. I work as a Vice Chancellor of Administration and Finance at Universidad Autónoma de Chile. Regarding Carver University, I am a member of the owner family of this project.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Luis Orey. I'm the one responsible for the management and finances of our future Carver University. I hold a master's degree in conflict management from Lipscomb University in Tennessee and a master's degree in communication from Western Kentucky University. I obtained my Juris Doctor from Law School of University of Lima and received a certificate from the program of negotiation at Harvard Law School. I have over 20 years of experience in the field of education, serving as a faculty in diverse universities and prestigious educational institutions, including the Laureate International University Network. Previously, I served on the WKU Alumni Board of Directors and served as tutor instructor with the Inter-American Institute for Economic and Social Development of the Inter-American Development Bank. My commitment to education and serving students comes from a personal belief in helping others excel and be their best version of themselves. Now, I have the honor to introduce Dr. Flynn, who's going to be our president of the university.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Pincus Flynn. I'm a professor of international business transactions, negotiations, and intercultural intelligence. After my first PhD in law, I went to Harvard Law School to get my LLM and to Harvard Business School for my OPM. I went also to the Université de Québec à Montréal, where I got my MBA. Later on to Oxford University for an entrepreneurship degree, ESADE for my PhD in Spain, and INSEAD for my global management degree in France. Today I have 2 PhDs, one on law and one in business administration. It is for me an honor to address you in this important day of my life in which a dream is coming through. Carver University of Florida is the next step in our global vision, recognizing the importance of Florida, not only for Latin America, but also for different continents. I'm representing Carver University, supported by the vision of a global Universidad Autónoma, with already universities in Chile, Andorra, Portugal, and Paraguay, and more than 33,000 students, as well as 30 years experience. We are now in Europe, South America, and want to develop the US. That is the family business tradition I have the honor to represent. Our mission, as well as our vision, is clear. Centered in the students, we want to raise tuitions and link them to careers where they will have success. We have chosen Orlando because we want the US students living in Florida to excel. We propose careers in which we will make the difference because of our faculty professors and links in different countries. We think there are 3 specific goals to achieve. 1, quality of faculty. 2, success of high quality teaching for students. And 3, a market education centered through a placement office for students. We will start online courses, but we'll soon complement them with semi-presential and presential ones. We have already offices in Orlando and hope to build a campus in the near future. I'm here before you, Commissioners, able, willing, and ready to answer any questions you may have, and happy to have today a professional support who will answer any specific requests. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, are there any questions or discussion?
I will start. This is Commissioner Taylor Ellis. Good morning. Understanding what you've said, what I'm understanding is your Carver University will be an online institution, ultimately moving into a hybrid model. Is that correct?
Our intention is to start right now with online education. And in the future, because business change, we'll go presential. But our current intention right now is to do online. After we get our accreditation with other entities like DEAC, we may go into that. But now we are looking into online.
Thank you. And I understand you have 4 programs that you have applied to launch. Are you planning to launch all 4 programs at once or stagger them?
No.
No, as in launch all at once or staggered launch? And if you're talking, we cannot hear you.
I think Sarah lost the connection, but our intention is to launch all 5 programs at this moment.
Sorry, we were muted, but we were saying that we are going to launch the whole program.
All the programs at once. I'm sorry, can you hear us?
Now we can, yes. And your answer was to launch all the programs at once. Commissioner Taylor Ellis, does that satisfy your questions? Commissioner Marty?
Do you have a marketing program that would allow you to have sufficient people on each program? Because that means different classes, different professors, different people that you have to pay. So do you have like a bottom line of how many students would you need on each program in order to launch?
Okay, we have in faculty 23 professors, and we will initiate our teaching with 65 students. At Carver University, we take pride in our diverse faculty who come from different parts of the world. Our institutional purpose is centered around the development of our students. Our primary objective is to provide the students with a quality education while supporting them through their career journey so they can make a positive impact on our community, on the community.
Mr. Marty, does that satisfy your line of question?
Not really, but I'll take it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other? I have a question too. So I heard your passion to connect students to careers. Can you share how you will align your students to employers, and how your employers influence your curriculum to make sure that the students have the alignment to the marketplace necessary for good jobs?
Thank you, Commissioner, for your question. We have a sort of committee that includes academic and business community. We use that as practice in our other endeavors, and we are listening the needs of the business community, and that's how we get feedback from the business community in order to adjust, modify, improve our curriculum for them, for the students, of course.
So you have a business advisory for each of your programs? Is that what you're saying?
We have an advisory for the board of the university, but we have a network of business, a worldwide connector network of universities and business. So we are in touch with little commissions or committees between companies and academics. So the academics can reflect or address the needs of the business community.
Focus on Florida.
Focus on Florida, of course, not Central Florida.
And so that's great. So what does that look like for your psychology program? So what is the expected career outcome for your students in those bachelor's? Okay. It's a bachelor's, right? It's a bachelor's and a master's in psychology.
Thank you for the question. The university has committed to offering a diverse portfolio rather than focusing on a single area of knowledge. In the field of psychology, our students will have the opportunity to work in various domains, including organizational psychology. They will engage in tasks such as recruitment and selection, organizational development, assessing work climates, and conducting training, among others. Our students will be well equipped to analyze organizational behavior within companies.
And will they be required to have internships or clinical practicums type of work-based learning as a part of their program?
We are not going to have clinical practice, but yes, they are going to do some internships in organizational psychology, but not clinical.
Okay, yeah, clinical was the wrong word on my part. Yes, okay, that's good. So, but is that a requirement of their 120-hour degree program and the bachelor's level?
Yes, yes, it's
to
all
have
included.
Have a work-based experience.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. Any other discussion? Hearing no further discussion, is there a motion to accept the staff's recommendation for Carver University, Orlando?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Williams, second by Commissioner Taylor Ellis. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion is adopted to accept staff's recommendations. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much.
Okay, let me see where I am. Sorry, I lost my place. Item C on the agenda is applications for annual licensure. We will take the 4 institutions individually. The first institution is Central Christian University in Orlando, number 7870. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you are here from the institution, please raise your hand and introduce yourself.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Jose Otero from Otero Consulting Group. Are you able to hear me?
I am. Thank you. Welcome.
Oh, very good.
I was just giving a pause for if there's anyone else that's introducing themselves.
No, at this time, and I have to beg your pardon, the president could not be here at this moment, and some circumstances have arisen, which came up kind of last minute. So I do have data to be able to share with you, and hope to be able to answer your questions.
Okay. Commissioners, I'll see if there's anybody who has, before I ask a couple questions of my own. So, can you just fill us in on the enrollment numbers and how, for your undergraduate and graduate, and how you plan to maintain those enrollments?
Yes. Right now, we're looking at several, a couple of updates on that. You should have some of the latest and greatest info, but if you didn't, as you know, they started out as a religious institution, and they finally were able to teach all the students out, and and now currently they were able to enroll 12 students in Florida. And again, this institution's been around for many years. They do have a fairly nice campus and a fairly large campus in Orlando, and they're familiar with both, hybrid types of delivery. One of the issues they ran into is during the shift, they had to shift their marketing from one to another, and there was a learning curve in that sense. So based on that, their numbers are currently at 12. However, they do have, from what I have in front of me, 149 prospects that they're looking to infuse. And because there's going to be a process, they're going to start slow. They're not going to jump all 149 in, because they have to go through the growth spurt as a ramp-up process. Something we recommended here is always that if you do have a large response to students, to phase them in slowly, not to be impacted all at once. However, they do have many years of experience in operating universities, and even though they're exempt from CIE review in that sense, back then they still held to the high standards, and they're very well known in various places, including internationally. The key piece for them is now to build the student enrollment for the university that is now licensed, and it looks very promising on their end.
So are they currently enrolling in all of the programs that are listed here, which is 2 business administrations, hospitality management, political science, and 2 psychologies for 12 students? I got a little lost in that.
All right, let me just ask some staff to get me some info on that on the breakdown. Currently, I have the roll-up. Now let's.
Okay, so you're saying the roll-up though is 12 with 149 in the queue, right?
Right.
And that would be across all. That's where I guess my question then is that enrollment that you just outlined across all these programs?
Yes, across the programs.
So that's very low enrollment. I guess my next question then is I think you said that they changed marketing strategy, or they changed something.
Yeah, it's it's very different type of marketing when you go from non-secular to secular and vice versa. And that process has to be held very gingerly because your audience shifts. And some of the students from one will certainly appeal to the new university or new university status. But, and I found it interesting when I started seeing that the focus is very different. So obviously that was a learning curve for them also. They seem to have figured it out. I thought that was very interesting, the way that turned out.
I think it's interesting too. And then that they kept the Central Christian in their name. So, I mean, I guess my line of questioning in my thought process is you have university in the name, you have 12 students in these programs, that's something that they need to be really thinking about and conscientiously keeping the name, because then they're going to have a marketing struggle again if they have to change their name because they're not able to maintain the university status, right? So that, Dr. Otero, is kind of where I'm leaning into, that there is some concern from my perspective, because you'll continue to struggle.
And I certainly recognize that concern. I absolutely recognize that concern. And it's something we deliberated in the committees before even engaging. We also gave that a thought. And the ownership and the leadership were very fixed on this is, we've been doing this a very long time. We're, they're entrenched in their community, and especially in Orlando, where that's how they're known. And the losing the name and changing it to something else, they would sort of lose some of that following and some of that prestige that comes with what they've earned.
Well, I'll defer to other commissioners. Commissioner Marty, you have something? I'm sorry, Commissioner Williams, you'll be next.
I think it's a follow-up to your question, because I'm very concerned about, first of all, I am not too sure. Are you no longer offering any kind of theology, or any of those students are gone? So you're only now dealing with 12 students that are going to be going into 6 different programs. It's very hard to figure out how you could even start a program with 12 students, let alone 6 programs. And you got 2 different master's degrees that would be the one that give you the name university. But if you only have like 2 students in the master's degree, it's a very confusing. I don't understand. Do you still have students in the religious part or not?
There are no students currently in the religious spot. However, the trends in Florida, the schools that do go switch from secular, non-secular, and vice versa, they tend to keep their name. And, certainly I'm not going to mention any here, but there are several schools that are licensed that do no longer offer the other programs. Now, one of the, and I should preface this, when initially they were licensed, they were asked to close the other school because it had the same name. So they were not given a choice in that sense. However, and again, as I stated, there are other universities that currently in Florida that have done the same shift, and there has been no effect on the name.
Commissioner Marty, also in Exhibit 1, just for clarification, there are 12 students that are in the BA of Psychology only, and the note states that they'll start a class on August 7th for Masters of Arts in Psychology.
So the 12 students are in one program?
One program. So Dr. Otero, do you have numbers?
If I can,
go ahead.
I have to update that. I'm sorry. There seems to be a delay. The MBA has 3. The Master's in Psychology has 4. The Bachelor's of Science in Hospitality has 3, and Political Science is 2.
What does enrollment look like going forward? Can you share any numbers in that regard?
I do not. I do have the 149. We do not have the, it's a compilation. It is not segmented.
And are these courses on semesters?
These are on semesters. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Commissioner Coyne, if I may, Chair Coyne, if I may, Dr. Otero, it's always great to talk with you, virtually or otherwise. I hope you're doing well this morning. I've got a couple of quick questions about sustainability, right, for lack of a better word. So I know we're a 501c3. I know you're exempt from taxes. I know you're recognizing contributions as income. The question I have for you is, you're on a $500,000 fixed operational overhead run rate with contributions at 1.2 million. You showed net income at 538. Technically, that's not net income. These are contributions. So if they came from ownership and were an ownership contribution to sustain the program while you're waiting for enrollments, I want to chat with your accountant for a minute. Can you tell me where those contributions came from? Because you're showing a $1.2 million injection and 0 enrollment. So I know they didn't come from any tuition. I'm just wondering where those dollars came from.
Sure, let me just switch to that file. Give me 1 second. All right, I'm looking at the audited financials. Hold on.
So you'll see you had a little over $1 million in 2020, 2022, about 572 after that 1.2 million injection. You can see the fixed overhead of rent and labor, et cetera, coming about $500,000, which makes sense, really, that you'd land on that number. Right. But I'm wondering where those contributions are coming from. If you look at the financials, you look at the statement ending December 31st, 2022, just last year, you have 40 grand in grants. Awesome. Congratulations on that. But then 1.225 in contributions. Where are those contributions coming from?
They have other programs where they do, it's something similar to a CEU, but they're more like seminars on the religious end of it, and they're still continuing.
Is that a program that is already licensed through this commission?
And based on what I have here, it shows these grants are coming in from religious programs, from Plain and Sea, and they have their own facilities and they lease them. I think she wants to be able to, the vice president, or I think the vice president wants to be able to jump in. If she can, and you give her the time, she can probably go deeper and further into it. But basically what I'm looking at shows that this is money that comes in through the religious activities. That still continues.
Yeah, I'm guessing, is that religious activities from programs that are already licensed through this commission, I guess is what I'm saying, or is this an affiliate entity that is donating these dollars to a 501c3 and enjoying a tax savings
and
as a
hopefully
result of that.
Hopefully she's logging in and you'll see her. Last name Amnesty.
Oh, okay. Okay. Awesome. Great.
Do they see her at all? But however, to your question, the programs that they have, these seminars are not, they're avocational and obviously religious nature. And because again, of their following and they've been established for so long, a lot of the revenue comes from there. So the support is not related to the programs that they for the degree programs they were offering before. A lot of this is donations done through that. So through that other process. And that one will still continue.
Yeah, and while she's logging in, perhaps I can make some clarity. If this were a for-profit entity and these were ownership contributions into the business, right, they would be booked separately, not shown as revenue or income, which is why I'm curious about that being, I mean, your general accounting practices. If it's a contribution from a person, then I can see it being listed as a contribution. But if it's an affiliate entity, I'm wondering if we shouldn't be able to have clarity on how they're sustaining this program over the period of what is now 3 years with zero revenue. And all of these fixed, I mean, they've had 1.5 million in fixed operational overhead in 3 years with zero revenue. So that's why I started the conversation with.
I'm going to 100% agree with you on that one. And I certainly believe that reporting practices currently in place should be modified to reflect the actual breakdown, because when you roll it up like that, it doesn't really identify revenue and doesn't name the baby, as I say. So I 100%
That's a great way
agree.
to put it.
Yeah, because I agree with you. I'd like to know what I'm looking at, and from our perspective, it's the same thing. We find reporting for religious institutions is sometimes muddy waters. These folks I know, and I've known them for many years, and they've been my client for many years. So I know how they generate contributions, but I agree. That might be something. Sure.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Excuse me if you don't mind. I do have Miss Amnesty to be unmuted, if you don't mind. This is Dr. Hajar, Gotera Consulting Group.
Hello, can you hear us?
Good afternoon.
No, we can't.
I can.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, I would like
Thanks
to
for
answer any
joining
questions. I serve as Vice President of Central Christian University. I'm actually also here with Dr. Juan Carlos Amnesty, who serves as President. I'd love to answer any questions you may have that perhaps Dr. Otero would like for me to answer.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if you were able to hear the discussion that was happening prior to you logging in, but I'm happy to repeat if you did not.
I heard just a little bit in and out. It's been a nonstop morning for me. So if you could repeat the question, that would be great.
Yeah, absolutely. I know you guys have been working on this program for what is about 3 years now. You're showing a significant amount of fixed operational overhead, zero enrollments to this point, but you're showing 1.225 in contributions just last year in 2022. If this were, I mean, to be clear, a 501c3 just means you have a tax filing status. It doesn't mean you don't make money. Everyone has a misconception about that. So I understand that your financials are largely going to look the same as anyone's. And if it were for profit, I would be asking the same question. So this isn't a nonprofit issue. This is a curiosity about where the 1.225 contributions are coming from and the sustainability of this program, where you've already had $1.5 million in fixed operational expenses over a 3-year period with zero enrollment revenue.
Absolutely. The question totally makes sense. So it's important to note that Central Christian University has been in operation since 2003. This isn't your ordinary just startup institution that came in and applied for licensing. It's been operational since 2003. The difference is we were under the exemption where we're saying our programs are religious programs. We don't want interference from the state of Florida. We don't want to apply for accreditation. We want separation. So that's how we've been operating since 2003. We have many students that are under our religious program that are doing vocational programs such as theology, biblical studies, chaplaincy. We're very big on chaplaincy certification as well. And those are programs that are still till this day operational. Now they're non-degree seeking. And we applied for licensing, I believe in 2020 or 2021 for these 4 programs, thinking that we would be able to invest in marketing and have these 4 new programs, secular programs, and essentially take the university to a different level, no longer just a religious biblical institute, but rather a university that is licensed under the state of Florida, and then sooner or later accreditation. So we are operational. We have students within these vocational programs. We also own buildings, which we also host a lot of different events that we lease to the public. So that's how we've been functioning since 2003. So it's not just an institution that, all of a sudden has 1.1 in revenue, has an overhead expense of 500 a year, and doesn't have any students. We have students within these programs. They're just not licensed programs. Unfortunately, our goal right now is to acquire, of course, the annual license, because one of the hiccups that we've been noticing is that in order for us to grow the institution and motivate the students that are right now under biblical studies and chaplaincy and theology to be part of the licensing programs, a lot of them don't want to go to school for political science or business administration or hospitality management. They want to continue their degree or their program now in a degree seeking in theology. So when we met with Dr. Otero to talk to the commission in regards to expanding and adding programs, we were aware that currently statute or local rules within CIE doesn't allow us to add new programs until we have the annual license. So it's been quite a dilemma for us where we want to expand and motivate these students we have in biblical studies to enter a degree seeking program. But when you have students going for biblical studies or chaplaincy and they want to get their master's, for example, in theology, and you don't offer theology, and now apparently the statute also prohibits us to enroll them because we have to enroll them only in the 4 programs we have, because we're no longer a religious institution, so we're no longer exempt. It's quite a situation for us.
Well, thank you for that. It makes sense. I'm wondering, all of those other operations that have been happening for what it sounds like decades now, are they falling under Central Christian University, Inc. as an entity?
Yes, they are. They have been falling under Central Christian University, Inc. since 2003.
Okay, then why isn't all of that revenue and operation shown in the financials and in the audited review?
They are. That's exactly what you're seeing there. The 1 point, I don't have it in front of me, but the 1.2, that is the revenue from the programs that we operate. Okay,
then why is enrollment considered 0?
Because those are enrollments in the license program. So CIE, Mr. DeSalvo, who's been working on our case, we cannot disclose the students in our chaplaincy or biblical studies or certificate programs. You guys only want the enrollment in the licensed programs, which is only 4 programs that are new programs that we're still in the works of. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because you're saying that some of the existing non-secular programming falls under the same entity but isn't reported as enrollments of graduates because only the secular programs are to be added here. Is that what I'm understanding?
Correct, because the commission only requests the enrollments on the programs that it's being licensed. So you guys have oversight over the licensed program. When we come back and we say, hey, we have 180 students in these programs in biblical studies or theology, the CIE comes back, whoever is revising the packet will say, well, we don't want to know those programs. We don't want those numbers. We want specifically to your bachelor's of business administration, your bachelor's of hospitality management, your bachelor's of arts in psychology, your master's in business administration. You guys are only looking at those programs. Now, it is important to note that the university has many students, over 150 in the biblical studies, and they're wanting to do their bachelor's in theology and counseling, but we no longer offer those programs. We offered it under the religious exemption with a Christian modifier on the degree. We're now trying to get it licensed. That way we can move our students to these programs. But CIE came back saying you can't add more programs until you have the annual license.
Yeah, little circular logic there, right? I get you.
Right. Very, sometimes very difficult.
I can appreciate that. And I just wanted you to understand, I was not making any allegations of impropriety. I see the zero enrollments and I see the revenue, and I understand why they're separated now. But at first glance, it was, where was that money coming from, right? So it makes sense, and it is something the director may consider chatting about when we're talking about the parameters for financial submittals and program submittals, because we're not necessarily comparing apples to apples in that regard. We're sort of showing part of the picture in one place and the whole picture in another. So thank you for logging in and helping me understand that, and thank you for giving me the clarity on it. I really appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you so much. Absolutely. I would really appreciate it if CIE could in the future have more of a holistic approach on that matter, because it is very confusing. And if you look at it under that element, you'll see, well, wait a minute, the institution has no students, but yet has revenue. But the reality is the institution has other programs or just outside of the scope of CIE, and CIE seems to not want to take those numbers into consideration when in the process of going from provisional to annual.
I can appreciate that.
Confounded when you say that you've taught out all your students that were in the religious program. So that's not entirely, that also causes more, like, so we think you have 12 students because we've been told that the teach out of all, there's been a teach out of all older religious programs, and all the students are done. So yes, please.
So the teach out of all the programs, when CIE requests that information, that is mainly when we're talking about undergraduate and graduate studies. So you're teaching them out from the non-secular degrees now hopefully into the new programs. But it is important to note that many religious institutions in the state of Florida, like ours, Central Christian University, offers programs that are non-degree seeking. For example, chaplaincy certification, biblical studies, certificates in theology, and that has been operational since 2003, which those students are outside of the scope of what we call degree seeking. So the teach out, in reference to the teach out, yeah, they were teached out, but those are those that were getting their bachelor's of Christian clinical counseling, for example, bachelor's in Christian psychology, which were programs that we offered in the past. Those are teached out. We had the last graduation, but we still have students in the biblical studies certificate in the non-degree seeking that we would love for them to apply for our degree seeking. And many of them have showed high interest. The problem is we don't offer counseling, we don't offer theology, and we can't offer it and we can't add it until we have our annual license.
And perhaps, if this is for the staff and perhaps Executive Director, if you want to weigh in, or I think Commissioner Stefano has another question, but perhaps it can just be as a part of the explanation as to the whole picture that's happening, even though we're not allowed or required to report on the students that are in the religious certification, but it does help to have the holistic picture of understanding that there are non-degree seeking students at the institution that are under the religious exemption. But that, I think that's still has to be a part of the picture, just because especially as we're in this migration between religious exemption to licensure.
Absolutely. That would be very helpful. Something also important to note, I reached out to the commission, Mr. DeSalvo, a couple of weeks back, mentioning that, how do we do with the biblical studies and the certificate part of things that are non-degree seeking? Does the institution have to apply for the religious exemption, or because it's licensed, it no longer has to apply for the religious exemption. So there's a lot of things that perhaps the commission should work on that provides more clarity and transparency, that when institutions come before the board, before the commission, you guys have a bigger picture holistically of how the institution operates and how does it work. Because there's a lot of biblical institutes in the state of Florida that are now migrating to acquire licensing.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think you said that fantastically when you talk about a holistic approach to that. When it and I hope you appreciate that we're seeing a snapshot of this, and I know you're in it every day. So I think that it would be great to have information that maybe exceeded the mandate, just so we could understand where you are in transition. And it is that transition that it was confusing for me originally. So if you were static and programs were remaining the same and all we were doing was going from provisional annual without those transitions, it totally would have made sense. So thank you for that. And as we have this conversation with you more in the future, and as you guys continue to expand and grow, I'll have a better understanding of that. And hopefully we can figure out ways to have that snapshot be more holistic in the future.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Commissioner Stefano, did you want to add something?
Yeah, so in an effort to advance this holistic approach, I have a procedural question, perhaps for Director Hurst or Eric, if you want to weigh in on this. I believe that there are some entries in Section O related to the same institution. And I believe that they're connected to the current conversation. And I wonder if we wouldn't be best served if we could discuss them now, but I'm not sure if there are procedural barriers to doing so.
I don't believe there are any procedural barriers to doing so. That would be to the discretion of the commission. That's my opinion.
Chair Coyne, what are your thoughts?
I think I guess I'm seeing it as a processing. I'm not sure I'm following you, Commissioner Stefano. So they're also listed back in the religious exemption.
Exactly.
And how do we pull those together, those pieces together when this is occurring as a transition from religious exemption to annual license or to licensed, right? And so I think for the executive director, I'd like to hear Executive Director Hurst's thoughts on process for that, because I think that becomes an issue of process, so that we can see that connection, even if it's written in the summary or included in the summary for a school that's in transition.
Thank you,
I
Chair
don't see why
Coyne.
we couldn't address it now and then address it again when we get to Section O.
And by process, I mean, I think there's two elements to this. One is the process in terms of the commission meeting, but the other part of this is just trying to understand what exactly the institution is trying to accomplish. It seems that on the one hand, part of the institution is undergoing a transition. On the other hand, there's part of it that is not a transition because they're still maintaining those other programs, just not the degree-seeking programs. Right. So they're maintaining religious certification opportunities and other kinds of programming, but they're just not degree-seeking. So part of this is transitional, part of this is a mainstay. And so right. I think that we need to parse that. And since we have them currently on the line, I thought it might be suitable to go ahead and bring up that conversation. Perhaps.
Oh, sure. I mean, I have no problem with that. So I just was just trying to flip through the agenda and find them in this section O, but
Director Hurst, perhaps you could weigh in on this?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much. So what you will see is the number one. So when you're under C, applications for annual license, currently we are speaking about number 1, Central Christian University, Orlando, number 7870. If you will flip over to section O, which is religious colleges, sworn affidavit submitted, what appears to be the 3 affiliated sections are number 2, number 8, and number 69. And number 2 is American Chaplains, Inc., Orlando. Number 8 is Chaplains of Florida, Inc., Orlando. And number 69 is Universidad Cristiana, Central, Orlando.
Okay.
And for clarification purposes for CIE as well, just to confirm, what I heard from earlier from the school, from Dr. Otero, was that they were teaching out the students. But is it accurate to say that they are moving into the licensure for Central Christian University, but they are still asking for religious exemptions for the 3 programs that I just mentioned? Are there plans for those programs to become part of the licensed university, or are they planning to maintain those divisions separately?
Dr. Otero, if I could answer, that would be great.
Yeah, if you'd like to. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So when it comes down to American chaplains, Chaplains of Florida, and Universidad Cristiana Central, those 3 different entities are separate from Central Christian University. So those are chaplains certifications. That's a whole different 3 different programs. Our goal is to keep those programs under the religious exemption, and the university itself to transition into annual license and add theology and counseling. Our main goal is to add theology for the university. We have a lot of students that are doing, their certificate programs in biblical studies, and they want to study theology. We can't recruit them in degree-seeking theology because we no longer have theology listed under the provisional license. That's why it's imperative for us as an institution to have the annual license. Another thing that is important for us is that the university will focus only on degree seeking. Once we add those new programs, the university will be focused solely on degree seeking. And of course, we'll start the process of accreditation. And then those 3 different ministries will be the ones that are just with vocational religious exemption. So those 3 will be exclusive to religious vocational exemptions, certificate programs, trainings for ministers and pastors, and Christian clinical counseling certifications. Those 3 ministries are going to be under the exemption. The university we would like solely for the annual, and to add these new programs that we highly need. We have students on a wait list for their bachelor's in theology because we don't have that program license, and we can't add it because we're under the provisional license.
Eric, go ahead.
Commissioners, it might be helpful to clarify, are the 3 items that were named from section O, are these institutions or are they programs?
May I answer?
Yes, please.
There are 3 different institutions. 3 different institutions.
This is Tiffany. Are they under the same corporation? Are they under the corporation of Central Christian University?
They are not under the corporation of Central Christian University. They actually don't have any direct ties to Central Christian University. If you go on the division of corporations on Sunbiz, you'll see that they're incorporated and they're a different entity.
This helps to clarify the challenge that you're facing in terms of the theology degrees, because presumably a theology degree would fall under an exemption, but since the institution is seeking licensure, then that poses the challenge that you're currently facing.
And it's a big challenge. I mean, we have students on wait list that keep calling and asking, hey, I did my certificate in biblical studies. I want to do a bachelor's in theology. I feel that I'm called into ministry. Can I apply? Can I start now? And we pretty much say, well, you can't apply now because we don't offer that degree at CCU. Just we have you on a wait list. We're working with the Department of Education, CIE. When can we start that program? Just, we have them on hold. And, as previously mentioned, an institution has to operate. It's also part of a business model. So it is imperative for us to be able to recruit these students and start the program, since it's something we've been doing since 2003, just that we now need to go through the process of licensing and starting from scratch on these programs before the commission, but we can't do it until we have our annual.
Can I ask though, I understand that, and we hear you saying, we hear you, that's what, we understand that's the degree that you want to be able to offer for your students. And so I guess I'm just curious as to your thought process in why then, if that's the degree that everyone's looking for, those are the next steps for the large portion of your students. And it might make sense then why you have 12 students scantily distributed between 6 programs. Why the 6 programs then? Like, why are you trying to maintain this many number of other programs, and how many students then? I'm still concerned about the Central Christian University, the university name, with this number of students that you have and enrolling in upper division.
Pardon me, can I have your name? I'm sorry, Commissioner. I can't see because I'm on the phone.
I'm sorry, I'm Mildred Coyne.
Thank you so much for your question, Commissioner. So something very important to note, that as a private institution, we decide, the recruiting and all of that. And I get your concerns on that. When we opened the licensing program, there hasn't been a clarity. There hasn't clearly been, I would say, a ruling where the institution has to migrate completely from religious to secular, or can the institution have, till this day, most institutions in the state of Florida don't know if they can have the religious exemption and the licensing. Can you have both? Can you only have the licensing? There's not a lot of clarity on behalf of the commission to a lot of institutions here in the state of Florida. So it becomes very confusing. In the beginning, we were under the impression that perhaps we could have the religious exemption for our religious programs, because we don't mind having the modifier in the religious programs. So bachelor's of Christian studies and theology, we don't mind the modifier that's required under the exemption. So we thought that perhaps the licensing was only solely on the secular programs, which are new programs for us. And that was what we were under the impression. Now, seeing what has come about now moving forward, we see that all programs should be licensed, including our theology program. It should not be under the religious exemption. They must all be licensed. So that's where I would say that we can call it misinformation came about, where now the institution, because it's licensed under provisional licensing, all of its programs needs to go before the commission. So that's where it became a bit confusing for us. Now, why do we have only 12? Well, we've been in operation since 2003. We have our biblical studies, our theology. We're a Christian institution. We're not eager to rapidly grow into 500 students. We're taking it step by step. We are eager to add theology and counseling, because that will be a great benefit for our students and for the institution, holistically speaking and financially. That is very imperative for us to add those programs, but we're going step by step. I think licensing was the first step for us. The second is accreditation. So we're not eager to go rapidly to get 500 students. It's a process going from religious to secular.
Yeah, I guess I'm not at all concerned about you being a small school or you having small programs. I just think there's a lot of, so I respect your answer. I just, like the hospitality management, political science, I'm just, if where your students really want is the theology and theology and counseling. But I see, Eric, you have your hand up first. Go ahead.
Yes, Madam Chair, I thought that maybe I could provide some clarification. According to my reading of the rules and the statutes, it's clear to me as your counsel that exemption pertains not to programs, but to the institution. So an institution is either under the jurisdiction of the commission or it is not. If an institution is licensed by the commission and is under the commission's jurisdiction, they cannot selectively exempt their academic programmatic offerings. Now, a licensed institution can have certain programs that are exempt, that do not need to be licensed. So for example, programs which are strictly avocational, examination preparation courses, contact training programs, continuing education, professional development programs or courses. So those sorts of programs, and our new statutes provide clarification that all of those programs need to be disclosed to the commission. But those kinds of programs that I just mentioned do not have, are not required to be licensed. But if you are a religious school that institutionally falls under CIE's jurisdictions, then your theology academic programs absolutely do have to be approved and licensed. Obviously, the commission is not going to gauge things like theological orthodoxy. We're not going to violate the First Amendment. But a school cannot be simultaneously exempt from CIE's jurisdiction and under CIE's jurisdiction. There's no.
I truly appreciate that clarity.
There's no Schrodinger's school situation.
I truly appreciate that clarity.
Thank you. Commissioner Marty?
I am really very confused because from what I hear, the biggest interest is for your current students to get a bachelor in theology. And you are offering bachelors in psychology, hospitality management, and business administration. And it seems that like if your expertise and your need is a bachelor in theology, how come that's not, I mean, because you keep saying that your students want to have the bachelor in theology, but you're not offering it.
Correct, because that is the current students that we transition from the religious program to the secular program. Now, it is important to note that as an institution, we do have the vision to grow these current programs. So these current programs, business administration, political science, I mean, we're in Orlando, the epic center of hospitality and tourism. That's why the main reason why we applied for the hospitality management. So it is our vision, it is part of our model to grow these programs. We've just been focused on our biblical studies, we've been focused on a lot of other things, but we, as an institution, we do want to continue these programs and grow the program. Growth doesn't happen overnight. You know, we had COVID in 2020, also the marketing aspect of it, but we do have the intention to grow these programs. And, you know, an institution, we don't want to just have programs to have it. Obviously, we have to have enrollment. Then after enrollment, there's that placement element to it for students to be placed in their career studies and so forth. So we are aware of those importance in that matter. And we're focused on that. Right now, I think what's very important for us is at least to have these students that are currently under biblical studies, that they want to transition to a degree seeking, for us to offer counseling, for us to offer theology, and continue to grow these other programs. We now have 12. Well, God willing, in the months to come, we'll have more. That is our focus. We want to grow the institution. We want the institution to grow in these programs. We want to add new programs. We want to excel. We also have a construction project around the corner from where we currently are. We're trying to build more to expand our institution, and God willing, soon start the accreditation process, because it's very difficult to offer degrees to students in the state of Florida just licensed. We want our institution to be accredited. It's a responsibility that we have with our students, with our community. It's not just about being licensed, it's also about being accredited if students want to transfer to other institutions and so forth. So it's a lot of work. We transitioned from a Christian religious institution now to secular, playing in a different field now. We're very excited and we're very positive, and we know the future is bright for CCU.
Thank you. Commissioner Marty, are you
done?
Is there any further discussion? Commissioner Whitaker?
Yes, I just want to make a clarification, or see if I can get a clarification. So it sounds like there's been a bit of misunderstanding about which programs they need to submit, that they've just submitted the secular programs, but they're still offering others that would be under our jurisdiction now that they are will be licensed with an annual license under the CIE. So do we need to have a contingency for them to submit the other programs that they are currently offering?
Are you talking about the other programs that are in Section O that we just discussed that are, and those are separate, she identified that those are separate entities. Eric, I guess I'll defer to you on that question, or Director Hurst.
Eric, would you like to speak?
Madam Chair, could you repeat the question?
So, Eric, after you gave the clarification about, you can't have two separate, if you're licensed under the CIE for annual license, then all the programs they offer, even if they are religious programs that were previously exempt, will now be under the CIE's annual jurisdiction and included. So wouldn't they need to submit all of their programs, not just the new programs that they will be offering if they get this annual license?
Thank you for that, Commissioner. And I will give my opinion, but also throw this to Executive Director Hurst to see if she concurs. It seems to me that the best course of action here, if the commission is otherwise inclined to grant the license after some of these confusions are ironed out, perhaps asking the institution if they are willing to waive their 90 days for a disposition of their application. Let us iron out the details between now and the next commission meeting and bring them up again with a completed application with all of the programs listed therein. I would ask if I would throw that suggestion to Executive Director Hurst.
Thank you, Eric. And so the other option for this is if I hear this correctly, Central Christian University is seeking their first annual license so they can additionally add other programs. They are planning to add those programs, the theology program, to their license entity. Under question are the other three institutions, which they are claiming are separate institutions that are for chaplain programs. So that, I believe that is the question, whether the other three institutions for the chaplain programs need to be placed under this institution. At this time, it would seem prudent that we could move forward with their current application to grant the annual license, and then we can look into the other three institutions to determine if they do in fact need to be placed under the licensed institution, or since they are separate institutions, if they can stay and maintain religious exemptions alone.
So that makes sense to me. Troy, go ahead, Commissioner Stefano.
I believe that we're actually talking about two different things. Please correct me if I'm incorrect, Eric, but I believe it was clear that if those are separate institutions, then they do not need to be included in this application. And so the decision before us is either we can grant or not grant the annual licensure, and then they would have to, if it's granted, they can petition for adding those additional programs at that point. Or option B, if the commission and Director Hurst is so inclined, and if they're willing to waive their 90-day right, they can iron it out, ensure that the additional programs that they want to add to this one are included in the petition for annual licensure. And then we vote on the annual licensure inclusive of the theology degree programs that they're hoping to include in this institution at the next commission meeting. Is that correct, Eric? Is that what you were?
Yes. So let me clarify. I'm not referring to the three Section O institutions.
You are not, or you are?
I am not. The Section O institutions, according to what has been represented to us, are distinct institutions. It's not clear to me from the discussion what exactly the relationship is with Central Christian University, but if they're distinct institutions, then they're distinct institutions, and they might well qualify for religious exemption. What I'm saying is that if Central Christian University itself cannot be both exempt from CIE's jurisdiction and under CIE's jurisdiction. If Central Christian University, if that specific institution is offering theology degree programs, those programs have to be approved by the commission. It cannot be presently offering approved and unapproved programs at the same time. At least unless they're vocational or other such.
Mr. Chair, if I may provide some clarity on this, if I may be recognized.
Sure, go ahead. You're recognized.
So it's important to know that we are currently not offering degree-seeking religious programs, degree-seeking. So we don't currently offer any degree-seeking. We teach all of our degree-seeking religious programs, we teach them out. What we are currently offering is certification programs, biblical studies, trainings that do not fall under the scope of CIE. That is important to note. The reason why we applied for the exemption at the same time was a misinformation on what should we do in regards to our theology program. After submitting that, I spoke to Mr. DeSalvo, and he expressed that after the annual license was acquired, we would be able to add theology program, our counseling program, and so forth. So it's important to note that we are currently not allowing students to apply for programs that we do not offer under the licensing. That's important to note. The second, in regards to the three other institutions, those are separate institutions that have they're separate entities incorporated in the state of Florida. You can see it in the Division of Corporations. That has nothing to do with Central Christian University. The matter of our application number, the number 7870, is Central Christian University, not other entity, no other institution. That's only CCU. And we do not offer any religious programs as degree-seeking programs. That is important to clarify.
Understood. So I feel that the staff's recommendation that we have before us is what's necessary. Then the waiving of 90 days would only, allow. I just think that if we approve for them to have the annual license, then they'll be able to submit the theology degree that would be under the CIE per license.
That is correct, Dr. Coyne.
And
given that clarification, Madam Chair, I concur.
Okay. So, is there any other, Commissioner Whitaker, does that satisfy your question?
Yes, and thank you very much for the response and the clarification. I think looking, over your website, I was just thrown off a bit because it does list Christian, clinical psychology degrees offering BA, MA, and PhD. But now that you've clarified that, you're applying for licensure with the ones that you've offered in the application, and these are ones that you will come back. And I believe I'm on track now.
To add the new. Okay, so that's great. Executive Director Hurst, do you have anything else to add? I think you were clarifying for the group as well.
I'm just going to clarify for the group, just because I know this discussion has taken a couple of different terms, just to make sure that we are all on the same page. So what the commission is voting on right now is the application for annual license for Central Christian University Orlando with their current programs offered. They are seeking to move to annual, and then once they move to annual, they will be allowed to add the theology program, which is what they are attempting to do. So this just moves them to the next stage, so then they can add the theology program. When we move over to category O, which is our religious exemptions, that's where we'll see the other three institutions that are separately named. So they are not under this section. So those are two different sections. So you are voting just on moving provisional to annual. And once they have annual, they will be able to add new programs, such as their theology program.
And I would just say, for just clarity's sake going forward, when in situations like this, if we can, in our summary or understanding of the action for the license, to have the companion non-degree programs explained so that we, can have the full picture whenever we're making the decision on the annual license, even though they are under religious exemption, but they still are their religious, that's how they operate still.
Absolutely.
I just think that would help us in having that full picture. Commissioner Stefano, did you want to add anything else?
No.
Okay. I'm sorry. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll take a motion to accept the staff's recommendation to grant the annual license, which will remain active and valid through July 31, 2024, with all of the contingencies listed and shared being met.
So move.
Second.
Seconded.
Moved by Commissioner Stefano, second by Taylor Ellis. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion to accept staff's recommendations is adopted. Yay.
Look forward to seeing you back.
Yeah.
Thank you
And we
very much.
appreciate-
Thank you very much,
We appreciate you being
Commissioners.
here. It's very important to us, as you can
Very
see.
helpful.
Yeah, your comments and clarity was very important to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Next, now moving along, the next institution is Evidentia University of Behavioral and Forensic Sciences, Kissimmee, number 9097. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you are here from the institution, please raise your hand and introduce yourself.
Good morning. You're able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. I am switching. I know there's another name there. That the executive director. I'm Dr. Jose Otero, Otero Consulting Group. I'm here with the leadership of Evidentia.
Good morning, Dr. Rafael Lopez, President and Provost of Evidentia University of Behavioral and Forensic Sciences.
Good morning. My name is Ignacio Tolosa. I am the CEO of Evidentia University of Behavioral and Forensic Sciences. We are very happy to be here with you today and to answer any questions you may have on what we have been doing since we were granted the provisional license a year ago.
Okay. Well, welcome. Thank you for being here. Commissioners, is there any discussion? I think I can start. I'll just ask one question regarding, your low enrollments, and I understand, the startup costs and that it does take some time to build. Can you share a little bit about your plan for enrollment and what your horizon looks like?
Sure. Excuse me. We currently have 76 students enrolled in our programs. We have our first cohort graduating next month. 32 of them will be graduating. We added 30 in our summer cohort.
These graduating, they're not graduating until they're finished.
No, they're hours.
Okay.
So we added 30 students in the summer cohort, and we are looking into doubling that number for our fall cohort starting in September. The plans to increase recruitment, it's very related to our efforts in digital marketing. So we continue to invest in Google Ads, social networking, LinkedIn, SEO positioning, but we're also working with chambers of commerce, the Hispanic Chamber of Metro Orlando, the US-Spain Chamber in Miami, and we have also worked sponsoring programs like the Inter-American Development Bank, the 10th edition of the Global Pensions Program last month, as well as working with the Florida Sheriff Association. We are members with them, and also working with corporate and companies trying to recruit for our programs as well.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations to grant the annual license.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Whitaker, second by Commissioner Cross. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes to accept staff's recommendations. Thank you. Congratulations. The next institution is Jose Maria Vargas University, Pembroke Pines, number 2788. We have the staff's recommendations have been provided, and if you are here from the institution, please raise your hand and introduce yourself.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Lely Ortiz.
I'm the Vice President of Academic Affairs, and I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Excellent, thank you. Commissioners? Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we'll take a motion to accept the staff's recommendations to grant the annual license.
So moved.
Seconded.
Moved by Commissioner Stefano, second by Commissioner Williams. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion to accept staff's recommendation is adopted. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next institution in this section is the Institute of Films, Orlando, number 7797. Staff's recommendations have been provided. If you are here from the institution, please raise your hand and unmute yourself.
Good morning. I'm Dr. David Ben. I'm the executive producer and president with the Institute of Films, and today is a great day. It's my birthday.
Ah, happy birthday.
Thank you very much.
And this is Bob.
You don't want
Harris
us to sing to you though, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and this is Bob Harris on behalf of the institution.
Hello, Mr. Harris.
Good morning.
Commissioners, any questions?
Yes, I do. I would love for them just to go over their current headcount and enrollment to see is pretty low, and just what they're doing to increase enrollment.
Sure. So we're a small traditional nonprofit. And so what we've been doing this past year is working extensively with various high schools throughout Florida, primarily in Central Florida in Orlando, and then South Florida in the Miami, Fort Lauderdale area. And so that we're working toward 20 students enrolling this fall. We currently have 3 students enrolled, and they are taking their pre-production courses. So they would roll into the next group of the 20 students and work on continuous pre-production courses. And so that's our plan for the fall. And then into the spring, we're planning for like another 20 students in January.
Okay.
Sir, is this a full-time venture for you?
It's currently a part-time venture.
Is it your desire to grow it into a full-time venture?
Yeah, so it's our goal to have 40 students enrolled within the year, and then we'll seek to begin an accreditation process and then grow it from there.
What is the accreditation?
No, I said it's our intent to have 40 students and then have them graduated and then begin the accreditation process so that we can expand.
Yeah, I got that. I'm curious, what is the accreditation that you in the future?
Sure.
Pardon me?
I think, well, we're going to seek regional accreditation. That's been my experience and success with other institutions. And then we'll probably seek DEAC simultaneously.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Your interim financial plan shows a $23,000 surplus. Do you have any update on that?
And that would be increasing with the tuition revenue for this fall. So, but not until we just submitted the June 30th financials. So it would be the August financials that would then be higher than that. If you're looking at the one that has the net assets at 90,533, I'm not sure if that's what you're looking at, but that was an increase year over year.
Okay. Any other discussion, commissioners? Hearing none, I will take a motion to accept staff's recommendations.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Cross, second by Commissioner Marty. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes to accept staff's recommendations. Congratulations to grant the
Thank you very
license.
much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Item D on the agenda is applications for extension of annual license. There are no items in this section. And the next section is item E. I'm going to ask that we take a quick break before we go into, unless I hear objection from anyone. We need 7 minutes. Sound good?
Sounds great.
Yes,
Okay.
great.
Okay, so, well, I guess it's more like 10 minutes. So we'll reconvene at 11 o'clock. Thank you.
Hello? Oh yeah, no rest for delivery. Now we gotta do this again. That was very fast, whatever they're gonna do.
Commissioner Marty, you're not muted.
I don't think, I agree with you that
day. Wondering if there's medicine I can take. Wait until the sun goes down, that's when I can let it out. You can call me crazy, I call it fate. Transformation taking over me. From dusk till dawn, I'm digging my way out the grave. From dusk till dawn, I'm staring my fears in the face. From dusk till dawn, got some hell to raise. They've got a price to pay. From dusk till dawn, from dusk till dawn. I can feel the ice run through my blood, surges through my body all at once. My heart pumps in the dead of night. My feet run into the fight, right into the fire of my soul. Let the transformation take control. From dusk till dawn, I'm digging my way out the grave. From dusk till dawn, I'm staring my fears in the face. From dusk till dawn, got some hell to raise. They've got a price to pay. From dusk till dawn, from dusk till dawn. From dusk till dawn, I'm digging my way out the grave. From dusk till dawn, I'm staring my fears in the face. From dusk till dawn, I'm digging my way out the grave. From dusk till dawn, I'm staring my fears in the face. From dusk till dawn, got some hell to raise. They've got a price to pay. From dusk till dawn, from dusk till dawn.
Chair Coyne, we have returned from break and the floor is yours.
Okay, great. I see in the chat that Commissioner, I'm reading something else too, sorry. So Commissioner Taylor Ellis will return at noon?
Yes, ma'am. She is out from 11 to 12.
Okay, so that's all noted.
Yes, and you still have quorum.
So next is, pardon me?
You do still have quorum.
Okay, thank you. Item E is applications for annual renewal. There are 17 original items in this section. There's one addition in this section, so item 18. These materials can be found in the addendum to the agenda. Is there a motion to consider these applications by consent?
So move.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Stefano, second by Commissioner Cross. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion to take this section by consent passes. I will now ask each commissioner if they have any items they would like to pull. Commissioner Cross?
Give me a moment, please.
Sure. Commissioner Stefano?
Number 9, please.
Okay. Commissioner Commissioner Whitaker? Or Commissioner Williams?
I have none.
I don't have any, thank you.
Commissioner Marty? Commissioner Cross?
Nothing additional.
And I have nothing other than number 9 as well. Director Hurst, does the staff wish to pull any items?
We do not wish to pull any additional items.
Very well. Is there a motion to accept staff's recommendations on items 1 through 8, 10 through 18?
Move.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Whitaker, second by Commissioner Williams. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion to accept staff's recommendations on those items has passed. Now we will consider the one institution that was pulled, school number 9. Let me see which one that is. Let me go back to my sheet. Do you have for flipping? 8, 9, and that is Hageden International College, Orlando, number 5486.
Yeah, this is Bob Harris on behalf. This is Bob Harris on behalf of the college.
Okay, hi Bob, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioners, any discussion?
So the primary reason for pulling this, at least as far as I'm concerned, has to do with the NCLEX scores, and I would just like to hear from the institution how current efforts are going in terms of improving those scores.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Nano Paul. I am the director of the school. The question, last year we have 100%, and I understand this year our pass rate goes down, but we integrate ATI green light. If the student is not ready to take the NCLEX, ATI will not release them, and so far it's working very well. And also we integrate UWall as well, and the students themselves using UWall, and we also use them with an instructor that knows UWall as well. So we monitor those two things that we just integrate to see how the students are doing. And also another issue that we have with the student, when we release their name, they wait a long time to go take the test. So we're working on that as well, make sure they take the test in a timely manner so they remember everything they learned from UWall and also from ATI Greenlight.
Yeah, Dr. Stefano, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Let me also comment in addition to Ms. Paul, what she was saying was this is something I think the commission is going to have to make a decision on going forward. One of the contingencies is submission of a remediation plan for the PN program. As Ms. Paul said, the test scores were from one quarter in 2022 that were just above 40%. But the most recent quarter, first quarter, was a 100%. And so what's already been implemented is working. It's obvious. And I think in the second quarter is over 75%. Those scores just came out. And so the school is doing much better. And so what we would ask is, since the steps that have already been taken are in place, that she just provide those a list of those steps that have been taken already to you in the form of a remediation plan. But again, what she has implemented is already working. The issue about students not taking the test within 6 months is a national issue. The state of Florida was the first state years ago to implement, back in 2014, a requirement that test scores not be counted if the students took 6 months or more to take the test. That language was later taken out of the statutes in 2017, but there are a number of states across the country that actually added that after Florida did. It is still a major issue across the board for both public and private institutions of students waiting to take that NCLEX, and you see a dramatic decrease in test scores. So there's all kinds of things, and you all have talked about it. What kind of incentives? You can't pay students to take the test early, but it remains an issue that both the Board of Nursing and this commission need to be aware of.
But I think, Mr. Harris, I mean, you know that just as you described, a student that takes the test is within 6 months has a higher likelihood of success. So it is, while it may not be required, it is required by the school to have positive outcomes for their students, and so thereby incentivizing students, even if you can't pay them, but there are other ways to incentivize a student to take the test within 6 months to make sure that then the school is meeting their pass rates and placement rates, because you can't get a job if you don't pass the test either. So
no, you're right. This school, like all the other private schools, could do the same thing that Broward College does. Broward College adds, after they get through their nursing gen ed courses, before they go to the next level, they're given the HESI 2A exam, which eliminates about 60% of the students. And so that means the only remaining students that Broward College has moving forward to take the NCLEX are those students that have already taken the NCLEX before they ever go into the nursing core courses. So yeah, you could impose that kind of requirement, but you'd have a lot fewer nurses available in the state of Florida. Correct?
Well, I don't know that you're correct. I think that's one method of making sure that you're graduating and completing nurses.
And have fewer nurses available. Right.
It depends. It depends on how your program progresses, because you need to have, you can't be a nurse if you don't pass the test.
No, you're right. And all nurses who pass the test become nurses. And so again, I think my point was, they've got a good plan already in effect, and it's working.
Yeah, it does sound like the plan is working. Can you explain the plan again? I'm not sure I caught the names of the resources that were used. I think is what I was missing.
Yes, we use ATI, and also we do ATI Green Light, which is a program that they drill the students until they have green light to go take the test. They won't let them take the test. And also we use UWorld as to supplement that.
And you use, what was that you used to supplement it?
UWorld. UWorld is another program as well for students that prefer students to take the NCLEX.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, welcome.
Any other discussion?
I just like to make a comment, Madam Chair.
Sure.
Mr. Harris, I know you mentioned there was improvement. It was just one student who tested and passed. So although that's definitely the right way to go, I think there needs to be more volume to know that it's working. The other question I had was, the other point I want to make is how many students are in the ASN program?
Right now we have about 30 students, and the ASN just started. We're now just moving to the nursing classes.
Okay. And going back to the PN, when is the next cohort graduating or completing? So, when's the next timeline for them to test?
In about 6 months, we will have the next batch ready to test, to take our exit exam and to test.
Yeah, just my opinion. I think it's a little too early to know whether or not it's working or not with the one student that passed since Q1. So just that's my input. I just think it's too early to know that it's working. I think it's great that the one student passed. But
I think if you have remediation steps that you've taken, then it's not a problem for you to submit the remediation plan as outlined in the contingency. So, because you already have what you're doing and where you're working towards improving. So,
okay, thanks so much.
But I do think it's going to be important to carefully monitor and watch, because we know that we know where it goes if it doesn't keep increasing, and the number of testers and those passing. So thank you for your efforts, but keep doubling down on them, I guess, is really.
Yes, we are definitely.
I'm sorry. Any other discussion, commissioners? Hearing none, is there a motion to accept the staff's recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Cross, second by Commissioner Stefano. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion to accept staff's recommendation is adopted.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
The next section F is applications for license by means of accreditation. There are 2 items in this section. Is there a motion to consider these applications by consent?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Williams, second by Commissioner Stefano. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion to take this section by consent passes. I will now ask commissioners if they have either item that they would like to pull. Commissioner Cross, now I start with you.
None.
Commissioner Marty?
No.
Commissioner Stefano?
No.
Commissioner Whitaker?
No, and I apologize. I'm having some technical difficulties.
No worries. No worries. Commissioner Williams?
I don't think so.
Director Hurst, does your staff wish to recommend pulling any of the items?
No.
And I do not either. So is there a motion to accept staff's recommendations on items 1 and 2?
So move.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Stefano, second by Commissioner Williams. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes and staff's recommendations are accepted for those 2 institutions. Section G on the agenda is annual renewal of license by means of accreditation. There are 7 items in this section. There is 1 addition to this section, item 8. These materials can be found in your addendum to the agenda. Is there a motion to consider these applications by consent?
So move.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Stefano, second by Commissioner Marty. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion to take this section by consent passes. I will now ask each commissioner whether there are any items they would like to pull. Commissioner Cross?
Item number 2.
Very well. Commissioner Marty?
2.
Commissioner Stefano?
None additional.
Commissioner Whitaker?
No additional.
Commissioner Williams?
No, ma'am.
Director Hurst, does the staff wish to recommend pulling any items?
No additional.
And I do not as well have any additional. Is there a motion then to accept staff's recommendation on items 1, 3 through 8?
So move.
Is there a second? Sorry.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Stefano, second by Commissioner Cross. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes and staff recommendations are accepted for those institutions. We will now consider information on school number 2, which is HCI College Fort Lauderdale, number 5625. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you are here from the institution, please raise your digital hand and introduce yourself.
Good morning, Celeste Blackwell, HCI College. I'm the Chief Academic Officer.
And Pedro de Guzman, Chief Executive Officer.
And this is Bob Harris on behalf of HCI College.
Okay, welcome everyone. Commissioners, any discussion?
Yeah, I like to just start off and when did the NCLEX improvement plan? When did y'all start that plan?
We started the plan last year when we were, going through the years as our NCLEX rates were not as good as we had liked. I don't believe a plan was submitted to the commission because our creditor, ACCSC, had not requested a plan at this point, but we started a plan even without that.
Okay. And it looks like there's been nice improvement in this most recent quarter, right?
Yes.
Big difference from Q1 and last year.
Yes, sir. We have two campuses in Florida. The West Palm Beach campus is the main campus, or the mothership, if you will, and 40 miles down the road is Fort Lauderdale. And we put a model of improvement in place in West Palm Beach, and it's a battle, as everyone knows, with nursing. We're very proud there that we're 7 quarters now in a row there where we're averaging better than 90% NCLEX pass rate. And we put that same system in place in Fort Lauderdale campus. Last year was bumpier than we had liked, and we made adjustments. Quarter 1, not as good as we would like, but quarter 2, we were proud of the results. We think the changes that we've made have taken root. We had about a 91.6% pass rate, and that's on more than one graduate, more than one student. So we're pleased with that. We're also proud of the fact that this year we've had in Fort Lauderdale campus, we've had 10 repeat students take the NCLEX and pass.
Wow.
So, year to date, we're sitting at about 71.4% on our combined NCLEX pass rate. And then when you throw in the 10 additional passers, I think that's evidence we're on the right track.
Yeah, it's great improvement. And you answered my other question, because I was going to ask how come West Palm does so well, relatively speaking. So it sounds like you adopted their plan into Fort Lauderdale.
Well, it started about 4 years ago. I could tell you this real quick. It's how it works. I was in the audience at the time, and our schools got lashed pretty good by the commission for not being as stellar on our pass rates as we would have liked. And I joined the college right after that, and we made a commitment to, doing things right. We took all the advice from everybody on the commission and then some, and made the changes to not only improve our nursing program, but also diversify our offerings. And we thank the commission for that, because we've been able to add some other programs to the college, including Fort Lauderdale. And that's part of our plan, to have a stellar nursing program is our crown jewel, if you will, and we've added other programs around it so that all our eggs are not in one programmatic basket, if you will.
Mm-hmm. Well, it looks like those changes are finally showing some nice improvement. Those are really, really nice pass rates. So keep that up. That's great to see.
Well, we appreciate that.
That is great to see. Is there any hallmark of the improvement plan that you feel is, the most impactful in those changes that you're seeing? I'm just curious. This is just out of my own interest.
No, we're very proud of that. I'll ask our Chief Academic Officer, Ms. Blackwell, to answer that question.
Absolutely. Good morning. Yes, I believe that what we do is we identify deficiencies as they happen. And so we are not allowing students to move further into the program if there are deficiencies that are going to impact them on being successful, in the future semester. And so as we identify these deficiencies, we supply the students with an abundance of not only resources, but one-on-one tutoring with the student, remediation, to ensure that we increase or we improve their deficiencies. And I believe that is one of the main things that has strengthened both of our nursing programs at both campuses is the fact that we are identifying these deficiencies live, and we are helping these students the best that we can. Our passion is to make nurses out of people that are capable of being nurses, safe practicing nurses. And as we identify these deficiencies and help these students, we watch these students become stronger as they progress into the program. So I believe that this is creating very strong future nurses in our communities.
Excellent. And so I'm just curious, so when you talk about the deficiencies, are you identifying, say, certain competencies within a course? So you're not waiting until a student fails a course and then
Correct.
Doing remediation, right? You're identifying, You're talking about those deficiencies as individual competencies or outcomes of the course?
Absolutely. So what we do is we actually assess them on concepts. And so, in our nursing 1, we have 14, nursing 2, we have 16 concepts, in nursing 3, we have 14 concepts. And what we do is we start assessing, first of all, in the first week of any semester, we start teaching them one concept, sometimes 2 concepts a week, so that they have time to master these concepts. But as we get into week 9 of the semester, we give them an assessment that is proctored. And so they sit through that assessment as if it is the proctored exam. And we identify these deficiencies. We give them 2 weeks of intense remediation to improve those deficiencies. And then they get another assessment. Once we identify the deficiencies in that second assessment, they get another 2 weeks of intense remediation with their instructors and also with other mastered RN licensed individuals through tutor.com, which is another resource we offer our students. And then after 4 weeks of intense remediation, our students sit for their first proctored exam. After that, they get another 2 weeks of intense remediation. So they actually have 6 weeks of intense remediation that is tailored to their deficiencies within that semester. Then they do sit for a second proctored, and we actually marry the 2 proctors. So we look at both results, and as long as they receive a level 2 and they master these concepts with just a 50%, we're asking for 50% for them to master these concepts, then they are ready to move to that next semester, because our concepts build on each other. So the next semester they go into, they're going to be building onto that previous semester. So it is so important that they master these concepts by semester.
That's great. Yeah, I appreciate you sharing that detail. That was very helpful.
Madam Chair, I had a follow-up question just based on that. I'm curious, the 10 repeaters, were they known? Did you know they were going to take the test, or were those surprise testers? And then secondly, do you have access for students that you know about to come back in and remediate post-graduation to help with that second time?
Great question. Most of those 10 repeaters, we did have information on and contact with. What we do is we continue to reach out to students when they do fail the NCLEX. We continue to reach out to them. They are available to audit our classes, and they also are available for remediation with the capstone instructor. Our goal is for every student to pass the NCLEX. So we do not give up on a student because they happen to fail it 1 or 2 times. We want all of them to pass the NCLEX. So yes, we do offer remediation to our students that failed. We stay in contact with them. Our capstone instructors do a great job of staying in contact with our students that happen to fail.
The other thing I'll add to that as well, this is a sensitive issue for schools, especially now, is that Even if the student is in arrears to the college, sometimes students have balances, they owe the college money. And the college oftentimes will withhold services. That is not a service we will withhold from our nursing students. We'll continue to tutor them as a graduate, regardless of their financial status with the college.
Great. Well, thank you all.
Thank you.
Sure. I got a quick question. Can you tell me what your run rate's looking like year to date? I know you had a 10% reduction from 2021 to 2022. You guys sustained that pretty well. Half your loss was from depreciation. It's not particularly painful. I'm just curious to know what the run rate is for this year and whether we've maybe brought that back to 2021 numbers.
We brought it back to 2021 numbers. In fact, we'll be better than that, Mr. Williams.
Awesome.
We're in good shape in both the key measurements for that the commission uses, CIE uses, both profitability and our short-term asset, short-term liability current ratio. We've improved there, and last year was a reinvestment year. It was a growth year for us in some ways, where we're adding other programs. Our revenues dropped down a bit. Yep. And that happens sometimes when you're trying to reinvent yourself, which we have been doing. And we rebounded nicely at the midpoint this year. Not only this campus on a four-wall basis, but as a college, we're profitable. We're in good shape. We're even paying Bob Harris, and we're doing well.
Great.
Well, I'll say that quality usually precedes revenue, and revenue doesn't always precede quality. So kudos to you on making that turn. Looks like you made a substantial investment last year. Weathered the complexity of propping all of that up. I'm happy to hear your run rate is going to beat 2021 this year. We look forward to seeing those numbers.
You will, and you'll like our format too. You'll like our financial statements. We've got the best CFO you could have in this company, so you'll like that as well.
Well, let's please clone him, because I'm looking for one myself.
You can't have him, though.
Any other discussion, commissioners? Hearing none, is there a motion to accept the staff's recommendation?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Marty, second by Commissioner Cross. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion to accept staff's recommendation is adopted. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
You too. Item H on the agenda is applications for program approvals and modifications. There are 3 items in this section. Is there a motion to consider these applications by consent?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Sometimes the button takes a little longer than we like, right? There's a first by Commissioner Stefano, motion by Commissioner Stefano, second by Commissioner Whitaker. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion to take this section by consent passes. I will now ask each commissioner whether there are any items they would like to pull. Commissioner Cross?
None.
Commissioner Marty?
No.
Commissioner Stefano?
None at this time.
Commissioner Whitaker?
I'm sorry, can you clarify the section?
Section H, page 22.
Okay, and we had just...
It's approvals and modifications. Program approvals and modifications.
Right, okay, and we just have the 3.
Correct.
Okay, I would like to pull 1.
Okay.
And 3.
1 and 3.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'd like to revise my previous statement and compare with number 1 as well.
Okay. Now I'm up to Commissioner Williams.
No, ma'am.
Director Hurst, does the staff wish to recommend pulling any?
No additional items.
I have the same 2 items. So is there a motion to accept staff's recommendation on item number 2?
I moved.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Whitaker, second by Commissioner Marty. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes and staff's recommendation are accepted for school number 2. And now we'll go to Cambridge School of Healthcare and Technology, Altamont Springs, number 2453. You have staff's recommendations before you. If you are here from the institution, can you please raise your hand and unmute?
Good morning, Julie Orloff, Vice President of Regulatory and Compliance.
Good morning, Dr. Pat Edwards, Dean of Nursing, Cambridge College.
Hello. Commissioners, discussion, questions?
So I believe they previously had an ASN program, and this is an attempt at issuing a new program, and I'm wondering if they could speak to the differences between the previous program and the current program.
Sure. I'll let Dr. Edwards confer to this.
Hi. Yes, there's a lot of differences between the two programs, and we submitted a list of things, but the main pieces in this is with the admission criteria. We're requiring a TEAS of 58. Before it was 52 or less, or none. We're requiring a science grade of B for that to either be transferred in or if they're taking it from Cambridge College. Also, there is a program being interviewed with the student so we can get a feel of how that student is, how support is going to be available to them, how we can support them, and so forth. And we require a GPA of 2.5. We're also using a third-party vendor through the entire nursing program. It is concept-based instead of the traditional medical model. That's about all I can think of right now.
Can you clarify what you mean by concept-based?
Yes, and actually the NCLEX is based on concepts. So we have a concept of maybe perfusion, and then we have exemplars. So you might have different diseases up under that. So we're not repeating knowledge over each course, having the same knowledge repeated over and over again. We're very specific in what we're teaching per course.
And you mentioned that there's a third-party did you say a third-party vendor that you're using?
Doing our
for
testing.
That?
Yes, Kaplan.
Oh, okay. So you're using their Kaplan's curriculum.
No,
is what you're saying.
I'm using Kaplan testing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. I see. To verify mastery of concepts along the student's journey?
Correct. And we do that from course to course. Mm-hmm. And then we have a what we call a concepts course at the end, which is a review of everything that that they have mastered or not. And we test them at the end to make sure that they're ready to go take the NCLEX. And with Kaplan, they have what they call the CATS, which is actually just like the NCLEX. And so the student can go and they have 3 chances with the CATS to get the green light.
Any other questions, discussion, commissioners?
Yes.
Hearing none, we'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendation on Cambridge College of Healthcare and Technology, Altamont Springs.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Cross, second by Commissioner Marty. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
The next school is Emerasa College, Fort Pierce, number 4596. You have before you staff's recommendations. If you are here from the school, would you please raise your digital hand and unmute?
Morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Fantastic. My name is Audra Kinney, and I am the Director of Operations for Emerasa College.
Commissioners, any discussion?
I just wanted to ask where you are on the accreditation process for this program.
Yes, thank you so much for asking. We have completed our preliminary visit with ABHES, and our institutional accreditation visit is on September 6th and 7th. So right around the corner. We expect to do well as a sister campus has just gone through the reaccreditation process. Hello?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
We're just getting some feedback.
May I ask a question regarding the summary report?
Sure. Of course.
We're sort of stuck in a little catch-22 here, because since we're going through our initial grant, it states on the approval that the executive director can approve upon the contingency, which is submission of approval from ABHES for institutional accreditation. We currently have 6 other programs that were approved without the accreditation. We would like to have put this on our initial accreditation grant. However, you need to have at least 1 active student at the time of the visit. So, which we're unable to do without CIE approval. So you can see how it's sort of a catch-22 for us here. So my question is, the new requirement for the approval from ABHES for this BSN, which was actually initially submitted in 2019 and has just been kind of bouncing around for a while.
Executive Director Hurst, you want to address that?
Thank you, Chair Coyne. So the new law that was passed as of July 1st, 2023 requires that prior to obtaining approval from the Commission for any pre-licensure professional nursing programs, you must obtain institutional accreditation. So the BSN program in this case would be a pre-licensure professional nursing program. So that's why that appears as a contingency that we would have to have submission of approval from ABHES for institutional accreditation to include the nursing BSN program before we will actually approve the program.
Okay, so with that said, we will not be able to submit that with our initial grant of accreditation, and our school is slated to go to the ABHES commissioners in January of 2024. Therefore, we would not be able to make the 180 days of the clerked order. Is there another, can we waive the 180 days? Is there another option that we have so not to have to resubmit?
May I ask a clarifying question? Is your plan to take this program, to get it intent to approve by the Commission, and then take this program as part of your accreditation package, and then after the January, if you have achieved institutional accreditation, then to start this program?
Correct, yes. We would not be able to start that program until we have a student in it.
Correct.
With the initial accreditation. So we would not even be able to offer it to our accreditation team in September without having it CIE approved. So I think that option is off the table. We would just like to not have to resubmit upon our accreditation approval.
When do you anticipate having students in the program after your accreditation approval?
Within a reasonable time frame that we could begin marketing and enrolling.
Can you kind of give me a month time frame? If you were approved in January, when would you anticipate that would occur?
Well, that would all depend on if we need to resubmit. So if not, I would like to have that by the end of the first quarter.
By the end of the first quarter?
Yes, ma'am.
So we could move.
I mean, it's fine. We can always
it's okay. We could move
it after the initial grant.
So we could do two things. We could move to change this from 180 days to 320 days if the commission so moved to do that. You still wouldn't be able to enroll in this program, and it wouldn't be officially approved until you have institutional accreditation. Or you can withdraw this program from this meeting, and then you can put the program back in front of the commission after the January meeting, after you obtained institutional accreditation.
If approved, I think we would like to go with the 320 days.
Okay, as long as that is fine with the commission, and I will leave that to their discretion.
Commissioners, we'll modify the contingencies. So we'll take a motion. If there's no further discussion, we'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendation and modify the contingencies, modify that the contingencies must be fulfilled and all required materials received in the commission office within 320 days of the clerk order.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Stefano, second by Commissioner Cross, I think. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you for being here. Item I on the agenda is motion for extension of licensure. There is one item in this section. Emergency Education Institute, LLC, Coral Springs, number 3252. You have staff's recommendations to grant the extension of annual license through September 30, 2023. Staff's recommendations. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations. Commissioner Whitaker and Commissioner Williams second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion to accept staff's recommendation is adopted. Section J is extension of provisional license for 1 year. There is one item in this section, Justy College, Fort Pierce, number 9069. We have staff's recommendations to accept. We have staff's recommendation. Is there any discussion?
Could I ask staff perhaps just a summary background here on the year request? I see there's no revenue from tuition, so I'm just, I suppose, wondering what's going on.
So that is why we have moved to grant them an extension of the provisional license so they can increase those financials.
So they're not operational, I suppose, at this point, even with the provisional license? Or at least they haven't had enrollments, I guess.
Yes, and Commissioner Williams, there is a representative on the line if you would like to speak to them.
Sure, no, that would be great. Hi, how are you? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah.
There you go.
Hi, my name is Dr. St. Just. I'm the president of Justy College. And we would like to answer the questions about why we didn't have any revenue last year. When we received the license last year, that was in July 2022. And by August, we start in advertising. And when we start having students, that was back in January, we do through social media, Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube. And right now we have about 23 students, and we hope that by next year we're gonna increase our revenue. So that's why we would like to have an extension.
You say you have 23 students right now. Congratulations. How is that going?
So far, so good. Thank God.
Anyone testing or about to test? You
Oh,
said
no,
they
not
started in
yet.
January.
Not yet. We expect
getting
that by next year, next September.
Next September. When did you have people start?
Because we have a student start in May 2023. So we're expecting by June, July next year, we start having and graduate for LPN, and a little bit sooner after that, we will have RN.
Okay. I know you had, based on year end of last year, limited working capital. Do you feel solvent? I don't have your current financials, but with 23 students, that's got to be costing you some money, certainly more than you had in working capital at the end of last year. So can you tell me how that's being funded?
We have been funded, the institution by myself, and I have other business. That's how we were able to stay in business. But with what we have right now, the school is handle all the expenses right now.
All right, well, good luck with those 23 students. Stay focused on quality, like we said earlier, and the revenue will come, right?
Yes, we're working hard on that.
Thank you. Thank you for your explanations. Really appreciate you being here today.
All right, you're welcome. Thanks.
Commissioners, any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations.
So move.
Okay.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Stefano, second by Commissioner Williams. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion to accept staff's recommendation is approved. Thank you. Next is a motion to request an extension for time to comply with contingencies. There is one school in this section. It's Full Sail University Winter Park, number 2616. Is there any discussion? I guess I'll ask Ms. Hurst, are there any concerns? Is there any, do we know why we're not able to comply with contingencies up to this point?
One moment, Chair Coyne.
Sure.
I believe we could find relevant information on page 5 of the summary packet.
Oh,
Yes.
thank you.
So they are waiting on a site visit.
Okay.
It's a site visit from their accreditor, which is ACCSC.
Okay. All right. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Cross, second by Commissioner Whitaker. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Hearing any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries to accept staff's recommendations. The next section is substantive change, section L. We have, let me get to the right place here. Please note for the record, item 5 has requested to be pulled from the meeting and will therefore not be considered. Is there a motion to, did I miss anything else I was supposed to say? Is there a motion to consider the remainder of the applications by consent?
So moved.
I'm sorry, it was moved by Commissioner Stefano and second by, I didn't see.
Commissioner Morty.
Commissioner Morty, thank you. Is all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion to take this section by consent passes. I will now ask each commissioner whether there are any items they would like to pull. Commissioner Cross?
Can you circle back to me, please?
Yes, I can. Commissioner Marty?
Not ready.
Okay. Do y'all just want me to just give you a minute here?
I'm ready.
You ready, Commissioner Whitaker? Go ahead.
I'd like to pull 4, number 4, number 6, number 8, and I believe number 9.
Okay. I have that as 4, 6, 8, and 9.
Yes.
Okay.
Oops, sorry about that.
That was a bark. That was a resounding yes.
Amelia's excited.
Commissioner Stefano?
None additional.
Okay. Commissioner Taylor Ellis?
No others, thank you.
Commissioner Williams?
No additional.
Commissioner Marty?
Additional.
Commissioner Cross?
No additional.
And Director Hurst, does the staff wish to recommend pulling any other items?
No additional.
Same here, no additional. So is there a motion to accept staff's recommendation on items 1 through 3 and 7?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Cross, second by Commissioner Stefano. All those in favor?
Aye.
And any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes to accept staff's recommendation for those institutions. Next, we will take the schools. We will take the first school, Arizona College of Nursing, University Park, number 10292.
Commissioner Coyne.
Yes.
That is number 1. I believe that the commissioners have pulled number 4, 6, 8, and 9.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
Thank
okay.
you so much. I'm so sorry. You're absolutely right. Thank you for that. I'm sorry. So we're looking at number 4, Educare Envision College of Nursing, Melbourne, number 6478.
Hello, this is Jeanette Thompson, Chief Nursing
please.
Operation Officer.
And this is Dr. Paulette Howell, Dean of Nursing.
Welcome. Thank you for being here. Commissioners, any discussion? I guess we could just ask the question. Let's talk about the placement rates and NCLEX and, you know, where you're going and what your plans are.
Absolutely. Starting back with our graduates of May 2022, we had 20 students to graduate. We have 15 students now licensed and working. 2 students have never tested, and we're trying to help those students. And we have 3 students remaining in that cohort that needs to retest. Our current graduation class of May 2023, we had 23 graduates with the RN program. 8 is currently licensed. We had 3 to fail. We have 2 that are scheduled to take the test within the next week. And we have 10 that is working with virtual ATI.
Meaning they're working to ready to test? What are they doing with virtual?
Ready to test. We use the ATI Complete program, which include ATI Capstone and virtual ATI. And part of our protocol is that the students, once they complete the virtual ATI, that means that they are ready to test for the NCLEX.
Gotcha.
It may be in our packet. I don't see it. And I took a note about this the other day. I see the placement rate and retention rate for the 65 students from 21 to 22. What's happening since then in regards to that? And you went through quite a bit of numbers I don't see them and I did not write them down. What are your composite placement and retention rates for this year or completion of 2022? Have they improved, or are we still looking at a 43% placement and a 90% retention?
No, ma'am. It have changed because we had 20 students that we graduated, and 15 of those students are licensed, and all 15 are working.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioners, any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations and all associated contingencies.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Williams, second by Commissioner Taylor Ellis. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion to accept staff's recommendation is adopted. The next school is school number 6, which is J&J Healthcare Institute, Orlando, number 3590. Before you have staff's recommendations and the litany of contingencies there. If we have anyone from the school that would like to come forward, please raise your hand and be recognized.
We have no one on the line.
Okay, commissioners, any discussion?
I was just hoping to ask them about the probation, the Board of Nursing.
So with them not being here to answer any questions, I mean, we have the staff's recommendations in front of us. Is there any other detail that you as the staff would like to share with us?
Nothing in addition to what's in the summary in front of you.
When we are finding that a substantive change has occurred, an issue of provisional license.
I have a question for Director Hurst. Does the school, being that they're appealing the termination of the program, are they allowed to enroll students during this time?
Yes, they are. While they're going through the legal appeal process, they can operate as normal.
So they could admit new students during this time?
Yes, they could.
Thank you.
And we don't have anything, clarification on the basis of the appeal or the status of the appeal, do we?
Not at this time.
Commissioners, is there any other discussion?
Just 1 second, please, Chair.
Oh, sure.
It's a minor point, but before making it official, we may want to correct text scores with test scores here when sending it out to them. In the
Oh, sure.
In the
Under
final
the-
contingency.
Under the red underline,
Yeah, that's right.
did you catch that?
Yes, we will have that corrected. Thank you for pointing that out.
And I guess, and I'm not stopping you, Commissioner Williams, from having your questions, but I'm thinking about, maybe this is just I just need to hear from you, Tiffany, is it prudent to give them a whole year without knowing where they are on the appeal, or that they're continuing to enroll students with these poor performing scores? Can we make that a shorter period of time to grant the annual license? I guess I'm not sure procedurally what I'm asking, except for that giving them a whole year seems long. Eric, are you wanting to respond to that?
Perhaps, Madam Chair, if Executive Director Hurst is amenable, maybe I noticed that there is a contingency here for them to file progress reports for the November and March meetings. Perhaps adding a requirement that they submit any documentation pertaining to their appeal during the process might satisfy the commissioners.
That certainly would help me. And I guess that then, because they're going to be submitting those progress reports for the November and March, and including that documentation of any of the status of the appeal or the basis of the appeal, then I guess I'm still, so would they then be considered, where would that show up in the next agenda, I guess is what I'm asking. Would that show up as ordered to appear before the commission in the first section? And then we'd be able to see that at that time? Or I guess I just don't know procedurally where that shows up in November and March.
We can request that the institution report back in front of the commission in the November and March meetings.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that would satisfy what I'm concerned about. Does Commissioner Williams, do you still want a minute?
Well, just a point. I don't know that it's going to affect the recommendation or any motions, but it appears there was a review completed in 2021, and what was submitted, or at least what's on the summary sheet for 2022, shows it as being an audit. That's not an audit format on what was presented there. It looks more like a compilation than an actual audit. And there's some just general, I'd just like to note some general inconsistencies in the presentation of those finances and financials, both in the numbers and the statement from the CPA. It's strange to me when I see a note from a CPA who uses 3 different fonts on one page within the same body of the text, and I don't know, it looks pasted together, and I'm just, I don't have a motion against this, but I will say that what was presented was supposed to be an audit according to the statement dated April 25th, 2022 from Brenda Seeley. And what was presented was not an audit. That's a compilation, which is the lowest form of financial analysis. So there would be compilation, review, and then audit. So this isn't an audit.
Director Hurst, is there any addressing of that in the existing? I mean, I see contingency number 2, submission of an audit prepared in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles by an independent certified public accountant for the fiscal period ending December 31st, 2022. Would that address Commissioner Williams' concerns as asking them for an update? Is that asking them for an update of what we have in front of us?
Yes, Chair Coyne, that is. So that will ask them for an audit, and we will ensure that that is an audit that is submitted as of December 31st, 2022, which would be their most recent financials.
Right. Yeah. Thank you for that.
Sure. Any other discussion? Hearing no other discussion, I'll make a motion to accept staff's recommendations and all related contingencies with a modification to require the school to submit documentation of the appeal and its status, and report back to the commission in the November 2023 and March 2024 commission meetings. Eric, do I need to?
Yes, Madam Chair, would you like me to propose some language for the commission to vote on?
Sure.
Okay, so for that added contingency that you added, it would be in the underlined portion that the report shall include, among the other things listed, documentation of the status of the appeal of probation placement by the Board of Nursing, including any and all, including copies of any and all documents filed as part of the appeals process.
Thank you. Do we have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Stefano, second by Commissioner Whitaker. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes with modifications as indicated. And then the next schools that we can take together are schools number 8 and 9. And they are Ultimate Medical Academy Clearwater 1606 and Ultimate Medical Academy Online Tampa number 4379.
Good morning,
you have staff's
Commissioners.
recommendations before you. If there's anyone here from the school that you would like to, and please raise your hand and address the commission.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is Tom Rometta, President of Ultimate Medical Academy.
Welcome.
And good morning, Commissioners. This is Sue Edwards with Ultimate Medical Academy. And we have 8 other colleagues with us that I'm happy to introduce, say their names and their title. I have Alexandra Shafrath, our Executive Vice President, Chief Financial and Strategic Officer. We have April Newman, our Executive Vice President of Workforce Transformation. Bridget Hyde, Vice President of Research and Development. Lisa McClure, Vice President of Programs and Academic Affairs. Tommy Moon, Senior Vice President of Career Services. Nadine Bailey, Vice President of Regulatory Affairs. Jonathan Reynolds, Director of Regulatory Affairs. And myself, Sue Edwards, Chief Compliance Officer.
Thank you. Welcome. Thank you all for being here. Commissioners, any discussion?
Perhaps we could ask staff or even the representatives here about conversations that have been had prior to this regarding the financial soundness, how we got to where we are. I don't want to take these, given your revenue created in Florida, I don't want to take the numbers as a snapshot, as the more holistic picture, as we said earlier.
Alexandra Shafrath.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to our financial health. I think that there have been questions around our financial viability related to being on heightened cash management level 1. And I'm happy to speak to how that has happened and what the implications are for the organization. So just as a matter of context, UMA has been on heightened cash monitoring level 1 since 2016. It is a result of a transaction which occurred in March 2015, wherein the assets of Ultimate Medical Academy were sold to Clinical and Patients Education Associations. I'm going to refer to it as CPEA. That transaction generated intangible assets as part of that process. And of those who are familiar with the Department of Ed's calculation, intangible assets are not taken into consideration for the financial responsibility score that we report every year based on our audited financials. And intangible assets for us are things like licenses and accreditation, trade names, and other aspects which are utilized to run a primarily online institution. As you can imagine, a school for which a majority of our students are online, we don't have a large physical presence with tangible assets, things like dorms, stadiums, campuses. And so the majority of our assets are intangible and are not taken into consideration, or in fact deducted from 2 out of the 3 metrics which are used to calculate the financial responsibility score. And that started in effectively 2016 from the audit from 2015. And to exemplify this, The day before we completed that transaction in 2015, we had a passing financial responsibility score by the Department of Ed's own calculation. The day after, as a result of the creation of the intangible assets, we had a failing financial responsibility score. And as a result, we were considered, the Department of Ed placed us on heightened cash monitoring level 1, and also required us to place a letter of credit that approximates about 10% of our full Title IV revenues. But, you know, as we've been able to navigate this, the heightened cash monitoring has not been a burden for us as an institution. As you know, under this, UMA actually funds under Title IV to our students and then gets reimbursed by the Department of Ed. You know, that could be a hardship if we don't have financial health and financial strength, but it in fact is not a financial hardship for us given our cash capability. But in fact, we were already operating under that, under that regime before. We afford the opportunity to all our new students to start school kind of with it's not a trial, but kind of under a provisional period. And should they find after that provisional period that they don't want to continue for whatever reason, we refund those amounts. So at the end of that are given under Title IV. So at the end of the day, we were operating prior to this effectively under heightened cash monitoring level 1. You know, when we look at our financials, and I think the commission has a summary of our financials from fiscal year 2022, you know, you can see that there's strength within the organization. Our current assets exceed our current liabilities. Our current assets are about 2.7 times our current liabilities. We've had positive working capital every year since 2016, and we are generating operating surpluses. So we think that using heightened cash monitoring is probably not the best indicator of financial health. And we hope you understand from our perspective how we think we're in a financially strong position, and that the financial responsibility score, which is used to determine it, is not a great metric for us to consider whether we're in financial health, whether our financial health.
Yeah, that is indeed a holistic review, and I really appreciate that. I'm looking at it now, and you've got, I mean, between intangibles and goodwill, it's 50% of your total assets. You're basically telling us that the DOE is ignoring 50% of your total assets in that calculation, right?
That's correct. That's right. And those are the intangible assets which generate the revenue and the operating surplus.
Yeah. Well, that makes it crystal clear. Thank you.
Any other discussion, commissioners? Hearing none, we'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Williams, second by Commissioner Marty. All those in favor?
Commissioners.
Excuse me, Chair Coyne.
Oh, sure.
May I clarify something?
Yes.
Am I understanding it that you're wanting to accept the annual review and move them to a sub change due to financial soundness, or were you moving to not do the financial soundness and just accept the annual review? I apologize. It sounded like Commissioner Williams.
So there's two variables then at play that we're talking about. What was staff's recommendations regarding both of those? And I'd love to hear from the representatives here. Is provisional or their financial sanction, you know, going to prevent them from growing or adding programs that they need or are relying on in their strategic plan?
Thank you, Commissioner Williams. By putting us on provisional, it will prevent us from going through the LBMA process if we do add new programs. So it is more difficult for us to do that.
Chair, I'm of the opinion that we had a very thorough answer and one that has parity across everything that was submitted, and quite frankly, one that I think a lot of institutions face in that calculation from the Department of Education. So if we want to make a motion that does not involve a move to financial soundness, considering the substantial liquidity and what their assets are outside of the DOE calculation, I'm comfortable with that.
So I guess I'll ask you, Eric, is that setting a precedent in any way, or is it proper then for us to not so much ignore the USDOE's heightened financial monitoring status, but or opening the door for just assuming that that doesn't mean that the institution doesn't have financial soundness. I just don't want to expose us where one school who has been put on monitoring does still have good financials in light of the way that it's analyzed by the USDOE, to assume that every school that's put on a heightened monitoring by the USDOE would have the same.
Thank you. Oh, sure, Madam Chair. So Florida's statutes and rules governing this commission and its actions do not oblige the commission to find a lack of financial soundness just because an institution is placed on heightened cash monitoring. And incidentally, not all heightened cash monitoring is created equal. There's different kinds of heightened cash monitoring. Some of it puts, for example, Title IV funding in jeopardy, others does not. And so the commission has very wide discretion in determining whether that, in conjunction with all of the individual, all of the factors that are unique to each institution, whether that amounts to a lack of financial soundness. Executive Director Hurst can, by all means, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but it is my understanding that the kind of heightened cash monitoring that Ultimate Medical Academies, both of their campuses have been placed on, has not customarily been of the type that the commission has deemed lack of financial soundness. They're on the lower of the two tiers. There's what I think the proper terminology I think is there's HCM1 and HCM2, and the HCM2, you know, that type of heightened cash monitoring, your Title IV funding is compromised, whereas that's not the case with HCM1. So there's different types of heightened cash monitoring, and it has not been the custom hitherto of the commission to necessarily find lack of financial soundness for this type of heightened cash monitoring, particularly when you have all of the other attendant circumstances that pertain here. But I will cede the floor to Executive Director Hurst to supplement my observations.
That is correct. So there are two different HCM categories, 1 and 2. 2 is the most extreme. Those are the ones that they do get a letter from us requesting that they do have executed agreements with other institutions in order to train out those programs. This particular institution has an HCM 1. So they have met the standards for the commission for our financial standards, which is positive working capital and a profit for the prior year. So based on this, even if you made the decision, however you decide your decision, for future entities, if they were on HCM1 and HCM2, the commission could still look holistically at the program and make a decision based on the institution and the financial soundness of that institution and determine if a sub-change has occurred.
So we're not limiting ourselves in the future to make a more holistic review, right? Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. I think the challenge is that the DOEs is a percentage base, and I heard once that 60% of all percentages are made up on the spot. So they can be very deceiving, especially when you're talking about assets, right, as a balance sheet as large as this organization, and the fact that 50% of their assets are being ignored by that calculation. So that's my position on it.
So having that context and information, we will need a motion to, I want to make sure I word it correctly. So Ms. Hurst, would you help me?
Yes, Chair Coyne. So, and please correct me because I am listening to all the commissioners, and please make sure that I am saying this correctly. What I'm hearing from the commissioners is that they are wishing to amend staff recommendation, and the new proposed language would be to accept the annual review.
Can you?
Yes, Commissioner Marty.
Can you please State the current recommendation again, please.
The current one as the current staff recommendation or the new?
Current staff recommendation.
Okay. So the current staff recommendation is to accept the annual review. The annual review materials have been submitted and meet the requirements set forth in Rule 6E-2.0023E Florida Administrative Code. The license by means of accreditation continues in force through February 28, 2027. The institution shall submit an annual review pursuant to Rule 6E-2.0023E Florida Administrative Code. And then find that a substantive change in financial soundness of the institution has occurred and issue a provisional license through July 31st, 2024, based on the placement of the institution on heightened cash monitoring. A progress report shall be filed with the Commission for the November 2023 and March 2024 Commission meetings. The report shall include all correspondence between the institution, USCOE, and ABHAS regarding the school's heightened cash monitoring status. Order the institution to make timely and sufficient application for renewal of the license by submitting a complete application, materials, and fees, or an extension thereof no later than 120 days prior to July 31st, 2024.
But we're seeking to amend that. I think the consideration that we're making is to amend that staff recommendation and propose that we just accept the annual review and do not find that a substantive change of financial soundness of the institution.
I have a problem with amending it. I think that we need to be hearing from them a little bit more, and not that sure that the 50% that is like people in kind, etc. I'm not that satisfied with that at all.
If I may,
yes, sure.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Marty, is your suggestion that we not find that a substantive change has occurred, but keep in the requirement that the institution submit the progress reports?
Yeah, I would like for them to submit the progress report.
Okay, so we're clear. So when you look on the summary sheet, is what is being proposed that basically the sentence that begins with find that a substantive change and that ends with heightened cash monitoring, that sentence be removed. But we want to keep in, accept the annual review, retain the contingents, the order that the progress reports be filed for November and the March Commission meetings, and the details of what that report includes, as well as the institution making timely and sufficient application for renewal by July 31st, 2024?
Mm-hmm.
This is the institution. Can we ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
Thank you.
Of course.
I guess Commissioner Marty and any of the other commissions, given that we have been on heightened cash monitoring since 2016, we've been providing financials on an annual basis, audited financials. What are you hoping to see in the progress report so we can be thoughtful that you're comfortable that a substantive change is not occurring and there has been no diminishment of our financial position?
A better bottom line, really.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Martin, we couldn't hear you.
A better financial situation in the future.
Can we provide them something specifically here that we're looking for? I mean, I think the point is that this was moved because an acquisition occurred. Had the acquisition not occurred, these assets would not have been moved into the intangible or goodwill categories, right? Not that they couldn't have existed there prior. There could have been an acquisition prior, but as a result of that acquisition, those variables are being ignored. So if you even take those out independently, look at the bad debt that they had for last year. Their cash position is as strong as any school we've seen today, if not the strongest that we've seen today.
So I guess, I guess we need to, if there's no further discussion, I think we need to, I think, Eric, I'm going to ask you to state the motion again. So I guess I just want to make sure we get it right. Yeah. So if you can state the motion and then we can take action.
Okay, well, so Madam Chair, if you could give me a little bit of direction, would you like me to state the recommended language with the continued filing of the progress reports or without them?
I guess that's up to the commissioners. You know, I guess Commissioner Williams, I know Commissioner Marty wants the progress reports. Commissioner Williams, you're saying what would be different, or the school is asking?
No, I'm fine with progress reports. I just don't think that a substantive change is merited via an acquisition, which is what predicated,
Sure.
What really triggered this.
Yeah. So we would agree that we would remove that there's to not find for a substantive change.
Yes.
Still require
Agreed.
the progress report. So there, Eric, I think is your answer.
Agreed.
Agree.
Okay.
And I think if staff can work with the school on those progress reports to make sure that it's relevant information that is demonstrated, just so that we have the information in good faith that things are still progressing without just taking at face value. That's why we want the reports.
And when the school comes before the commission again for the renewal of their license, the commission could always revisit whether they need to continue filing the progress reports.
Okay, great.
Okay, so it sounds to me that this is the new suggested, the new recommendation that is being put to a vote. Okay, and I'm going to read it entirely.
Okay.
Accept the annual review. The annual review materials have been submitted and meet the requirements set forth in Rule 6E 20023E Florida Administrative Code. The license by means of accreditation continues in force through February 28, 2027. The institution shall submit an annual review pursuant to Rule 6E 20023E Florida Administrative Code. A progress report shall be filed with the Commission for the November 2023 and March 2024 Commission meetings. The report shall include all correspondence between the institution, US DOE, and ABHES regarding the school's heightened cash monitoring status. Order the institution to make timely and sufficient application for renewal of the license by submitting a complete application, materials, and fees or an extension thereof no later than 120 days prior to July 31st, 2024.
That is the motion as was read. I'll make that motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
By Coyne and Commissioner Marty. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion is accepted. Thank you. Thanks for being here too and clarifying.
And Chair Coyne, this is Tiffany.
Yes.
May I make one clarification for this?
Yes.
That the staff recommendation, that the recommendation that was just adopted by the commissioners, that is for both number 8, which is Ultimate Medical Academy, Clearwater, number 1606, and number 9, Ultimate Medical Academy Online, Tampa, number 4379. Is that correct?
I was just going to say that. Thank you.
Yes, agreed. We need to revote or take a...
Yes, please. I would do a vote for both.
So that's the motion. I'm presenting that motion, including both schools as was amended. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Marty. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next section is branch campus applications. We have none in section M. Section N on the agenda is name change application. Sorry. There is one in this section, Medical Academy Hialeah. Have a great one, Commissioner Stefano. See you soon. Medical Academy Hialeah, number 4218. The institution, is there anyone here from the institution? Or commissioner, or?
I believe there may be one person. One moment, please.
Yes, good afternoon. This is Edward Gomez, Chief Operating Officer of Med Academy.
Hello, sir. Commissioners, any discussion? Hearing none, is there a motion to accept staff's recommendations?
So moved.
Commissioner Whitaker, second by Taylor Ellis. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you. Thanks for being here too.
Thank you.
Next is the religious colleges sworn affidavits submitted. There are 73 institutions in this section. Is there a motion to take these items by consent?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
The motion to take this section by consent by Commissioner Marty, second by Commissioner Cross. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion to take this section by consent passes. I will now ask each commissioner whether there are any items they would like to pull. Commissioner Cross?
There's none.
Commissioner Marty?
None at this time.
Commissioner Taylor Ellis?
None beyond the 3 that Executive Director Hurst had mentioned earlier, which are 2, 8, and 69. No others.
You want to pull those, or because we already discussed those in relationship to?
Already discussed. I'm good to go. No others. Thank
Okay,
you.
so you're not pulling those?
No others.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Whitaker?
I was going to mention the same. I just wanted to ask the staff if we are good. And they may want to pull number 6. I know we did discuss, but there's some discussion over Calvary Christian.
So you want to pull number 6?
Yes.
Yes.
I don't think that's been addressed, so yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that. Commissioner Williams? Did we lose him? I don't see Commissioner Williams on my screen anymore.
It did note he dropped.
Okay. Director Hurst, does staff wish to recommend pulling any items?
Yes, and to clarify, 2, 8, and 69 were the items that we discussed earlier with Central Christian University, so they do not need to be pulled because they have been previously discussed. The remaining items that staff would like to pull are number 6, number 35, number 54, and number 58.
So I have 6, 35, 54, 58 will be pulled.
Yeah.
And that's...
Yes, Chair Coyne.
Okay, thank you. So do I have a motion to approve all the schools in this section that are 1 through 5, 7 through 34, 36 through 53, 55, 56 and 57, and then 59 through 73. Is it 73? Is that the right number?
Yes, that was correct.
That is, okay. That's the motion to approve those schools as listed.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Taylor Ellis, second by Commissioner Cross. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. We'll now look at number 6, Calvary Christian Academy, Fort Walton. Is there any discussion?
I would like to refer to the staff on this one, and there's some concerns over K-12.
Yes, so Chair Coyne, I can let you know on the record the reasons that I am recommending pulling each of these schools, and then we will, after the meeting, we will reach out to the schools and ask them for explanations for the reasons that we're pulling.
Sounds good.
Would you like me to go through them and
please.
state for the record. Okay, for number 6, Calvary Christian Academy, per their website, this is a K through 12 school. For number 35, it appeared that there were degrees with non-religious modifiers, or without religious modifiers, I'm sorry. Number 4, it appeared that there were degrees without religious modifiers. And number 58, which is Shema Theological Seminary, it appeared that there were degrees without religious modifiers.
So the recommendation is to pull these and have staff do further investigation and not renew.
That is correct.
Grant the.
At this time, yes, that is correct. We will send out a letter and ask them for additional
That's the
information.
motion for school number 6, 34, 35, 54, and 58. Do we have a motion, commissioners?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Whitaker, second by Commissioner Taylor Ellis. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Section P, agent training programs, we have none. And then now we've moved to the, so we have, I guess we have an option to break and reconvene before the informal hearing, Eric, or, I mean, depending, because it is 12:41, I will take the will of the commissioners on this. Do you want to keep moving or stop?
How long would the hearing take?
Eric, we're going to defer to you.
That depends.
I would like to request a break.
Okay.
Break, please.
Everyone agree?
Yes.
Yes.
How long of a break? I'm just very flexible. So you guys tell me, do you want 30 minutes? Do we need an hour? What's your will?
Half an hour.
Good. Hearing 30. I'm good with 30. Everybody?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll reconvene at 1:10 and then we'll rock and roll.
Thank you.
Okay, see y'all.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
All right, Chair Coyne, we are back from break.
Okay, great. So our final item on today's agenda is an informal hearing on a petition from the Continental States University, Orlando. At this time, I'll invite our General Counsel, Eric Junta, to brief the Commission on the application and petition that is before us. Counsel Junta, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners, each of you have before you an informational packet which constitutes the record of this case, containing as it does the petition for this informal hearing, earlier documents reflecting the procedural history of Continental States University's application for provisional licensure, including the June 15th, 2022 notice of intent to deny the application, and other exhibits reflecting the remediative actions undertaken by the institution in the wake of the notice of intent, which is the subject of the petition that is before you. The institution itself has also been given a copy of this packet and has had opportunity to review the materials, as everything in this packet has either been submitted to the Commission by the institution at an earlier date or was delivered by the Commission to the institution, for example, the previous court orders. Before we proceed, Madam Chair, I believe it would be advisable for each of the commissioners present, including yourself, to indicate verbally for the record that you do in fact have the record before you and have had adequate opportunity to review it. And so, Madam Chair, if you would just begin by confirming that for the record that you have the record before you and have had adequate opportunity to review it, and then to, as it were, poll the other members of the commission to that effect.
Thank you. So I am attesting that I have, in fact, the packet before me and have had adequate time to review. And now I will ask Commissioner Cross to attest the same.
I do not have that packet. I did not receive that packet.
Ms. Counselor.
Okay, well, can we poll the rest of the commission?
Sure. Commissioner Taylor Ellis.
I have received the packet and I have reviewed it.
Commissioner Williams.
I have received the packet and I have reviewed it.
And that's all the commissioners that we have right now.
Chair Coyne, we have one commissioner joining in approximately 5 minutes. Can we take a brief recess and allow them to join?
Sure. Mr. Junta, do you want to send that to the commissioners again?
Oh, I think one just joined.
I will.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, I will do so. I would recommend that we briefly recess, let's say 5 minutes, so I can confer with Executive Director Hurst.
Okay. Sounds good. 5 minutes it is.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Coyne. Thank you for allowing us to have a brief recess while we reset and made sure all of our commissioners are accounted for and present in the room. If you will now request the same question that you asked a minute ago, if you will ask them of all the commissioners present. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioners, can you please verify that you have received the information on the informal hearing for, I'm sorry, I've lost my school name. Give me one more second.
Continent States University.
Yeah, Continent States University, Orlando, number 7933, and have had adequate time to review the information. Commissioner Williams.
I have received and reviewed.
Commissioner Taylor Ellis.
I have received and reviewed.
Commissioner Cross.
Received, not yet reviewed.
Commissioner Whitaker.
I have received and reviewed.
I do not see Commissioner Marty. Am I missing her, or is she there? Commissioner Marty.
I believe she dropped off.
Okay, when she comes back, I will ask her. How about that? Can we do that?
Great.
Or
And
do
we
you
have
want all of
met,
us?
no, you're fine. We have
I'm
met
gonna
quorum as
recommend-
well.
I'm going to recommend, Madam Chair, that Commissioner Cross be recused from participating in this informal hearing.
Commissioner Cross, is that acceptable to you?
Yes.
Thank you.
So,
and on behalf of the commission, I apologize for the oversight. Well, on behalf of commission staff, I apologize for whatever oversight was made in your case, Commissioner Cross.
No, it was sent. I just missed it. It was sent with the later materials. I just missed it. It was a separate document and I didn't see it.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so the record shows that Commissioner Cross will not vote on this action.
That's correct. Okay. But we do have a quorum to proceed.
Even without Commissioner?
That's correct, because we have 4 members on the record.
Thank you for your patience, Dr. Madison. We can, I appreciate your
Yes, ma'am. Sure.
patience.
I know it's been a long day for you.
We're good. We're good.
And it's just a little bit
Okay,
longer.
Mr. Junta, you're.
Sure. Let me, so thank you, commissioners, for that, for your candor and honesty. So because informal hearings are not a regular occurrence at our meetings, I would like to beg your patience for just a little bit longer as I briefly recall to your attention just a few procedural considerations. The institution, Continent States University, Orlando, having received the June 15th, 2022 notice of intent to deny its application for provisional licensure, has elected to forego a formal hearing before an administrative law judge, and has admitted that there is no disputed issue of material fact before us today. What this means is that the institution does not dispute any fact that was relevant to the decision made at the May 2022 meeting at which the commission decided to deny the application for provisional licensure, which means that the institution does not dispute that as of May 2022, it objectively failed to comply with standards 5 and 11 of Rule 6E 2004 regarding student recruitment, publications, and advertising. More specifically still, the institution does not dispute that as of the May 2022 meeting, the institution's website advertised an Orlando, Florida mailing address, despite the fact that it was at the time administratively located in St. Louis, Missouri. At the same time, it is undisputed on the part of the commission, so this does cut both ways, that the institution has complied with every other standard, or that and that its application is complete except as a simple function of how much time has elapsed between the application and this hearing. The required financial information and the course catalog are now outdated. In fairness to the institution, it should be noted that because all of its program offerings are entirely online, there is no question of the institution having unlawfully recruited any students to attend classes at a Florida campus. That's important to note. So why are we here? Under Florida law, by electing to have an informal hearing, the institution is limiting itself to pleading mitigating and exculpatory circumstances and factors which would justify the present commission, if it so chooses, reconsidering its notice of intent to deny its application for provisional licensure. It is important to note that Florida law does not provide a comprehensive list of what constitutes mitigating factors, but our statutes and rules do provide examples of what constitute mitigating factors. I'm just going to give, by way of example, in case the commissioner find it helpful, a couple of samples of what a mitigating factor might be. Something like the actual damage, including the lack thereof caused by the violation, any effort of rehabilitation by the institution, the actual knowledge of the institution pertaining to the violation, how willful was the violation, and any attempts by the institution to correct the violation. Those are just examples I'm giving of what could be mitigating circumstances if they are proven to the commission to your satisfaction. Commissioners, after you have heard the institution's testimony and have had opportunity to ask whatever questions you have of the institution's representative and to discuss the petition among yourselves, you will have the option either to grant the institution's petition, which would mean a granting of the provisional license with or without contingencies, or you may deny the petition, in which event a final order will be entered by the commission denying the license. Chair Coyne is the presiding officer of this hearing, which is a quasi-judicial proceeding. I say quasi. In the course of this hearing, Madam Chair and Commissioners, you may ask any legal questions of myself, and you also may ask questions of the institutional representative or of Executive Director Hurst. I will note that if any questions are asked of Executive Director Hurst concerning the facts surrounding this application or its procedural history, the institution's representative should be given an opportunity to respond. And Madam Chair, if there are no further questions of a legal nature which you or the members of the commission have of me, that concludes my prefatory remarks. You may call forth the institution's representative, and after he has introduced himself, you may swear him in.
I do not have any further questions of the proceedings. Do any of the other commissioners have any questions of Mr. Junta? Hearing none, we'll proceed and invite Dr. Madison to be sworn in. Do I swear him in, Eric, or you?
Can we just, for the record, introduce Dr. Madison, have him give his name and his title, his affiliation with the institution?
Please, Mr. Madison, you're ready.
Yes, ma'am. Sure. My name is Ricky Madison. I'm the president of the Continental States University. We attempted to establish this institution in Florida 3 years ago. I have a doctorate in pharmacy. I served almost 10 years in the U.S. Army. I served the 3 tours in Iraq, and then later I did serve on a public position with the Department of Homeland Security. Then I transferred as an agent with a different agency for the U.S. government. Then originally here in Florida, I do have a license. I'm a licensed pharmacist in Florida, and this was one of the reasons why we just decided to establish this institution in Florida since
Dr. Madison, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yes, sir.
So since we're kind of getting into testimony territory, I would recommend that Madam Chair swear you in first before we proceed.
Okay,
so,
sure.
Excited to hear your story. So I will now swear you in. Would you please hold up your right hand? Dr. Madison, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Commissioners, the witness having been sworn in, commissioners, you each have before you CSU's petition and the pertinent record of its application for licensure, including documentation submitted by both CSU and commission staff as exhibits for our consideration. We have each reviewed the petition and these exhibits. Dr. Madison, it appears from your petition that you do not dispute any of the material findings of the fact reflected in the June 15, 2022 notice of intent, but you are requesting that the commission reconsider its intent to deny constitutes Continental States University's application for provisional licensure. Do you have anything to add or anything else you would like to comment on for our consideration?
Sure, if I would love to be given the opportunity. Well, I understand this has been going for almost 3 years, and I do really appreciate your time and the Department of Education time as well. I can say, like, Mr. Eric, he tried to work with me several times on several occasions. He emailed me, he called me. So I do really appreciate the opportunity to be here. So the only thing that I would like just to clarify or comment on, we admit that there was a mistake happened before. And the reason why, because we didn't seek a legal counsel from a specialized agency to help us build the school in Florida. And we had a reason why we didn't go for a legal counsel to help us do the business in Florida. Because if someone would create the business for us, then we would sit behind the desk and know nothing. So what we did, the team and I, we sat down and we pulled the forms, the law, and we had communicated with the commission several times. And I spoke personally with several people from the commission, several staff members before we submit the application. So intentionally, we didn't seek a legal counsel so that we build the school a block by block, and we do build the school entirely ourselves. So in the near future, when we decide to apply for an accreditation, or if we get a question by any agency or students, we know what we are doing. Given the fact the website was in operation, it wasn't purposely putting the Florida address on the website. What we did, we listed the Florida address on the website, and intentionally we submitted the website to the commission. But the mistake we did, we didn't take down the website from being live to be accessed by the general public. We should have sent like a secure or password protected website to the commission to be reviewed. And I'm sure the commission members, they are aware, once you publish information on your website, the information is gone all over the internet. We have seen so many agencies and so many listing companies, they pull the data from our website, assuming that there is a new institution in operation, is in fact in Florida. And we start digging after these resources and how did they pull this information. We came to the point, there is a company called Yext, Y-E-X-T. It's a subsidiary of Yahoo.com. They pulled these data initially from our website, and the data was sold to hundreds, if not thousands of companies. And I have submitted a document to Mr. Eric like a few weeks ago, showing that company, they admitted in that particular email, they said, we pulled the data, and for some reason they had a bad connections with bad companies who misused their data. So we didn't intentionally publish the information on the internet. This data was taken from our website, and I do apologize. We corrected this information several times, but some companies, they don't update their websites. Even we do have records from these companies, they are admitting, they're acknowledging they will remove the information. But the problem, this information cannot be removed from these websites in 24 hours. And I do apologize, we are going back and forth on every time the commission trying to check this website, they still see these listings, it's available on the internet. Not until a few weeks ago, we hired the company. It's called deleteme.com. That company, we contacted them. We paid them to chase any Continental States University name and address on the internet and delete this information, including my personal information as well. So we are making the efforts to correct what we have done before. And like I said, we do apologize. This has been going for almost 3 years. It's unfortunate.
It really is unfortunate. I'm so sorry. Yeah, it's very unfortunate. Well, I appreciate your testimony and your candor. and I guess I'm asking at this time if there's any commissioners that have any comments or questions.
I'd love to make a comment about how these things can transpire just for the benefit of the rest of the commission. Pardon me. Our licensed institution received a notice of a copyright breach recently that was nothing more than a link that we had placed on our website to a Yahoo article, but it was Yahoo that had actually used that thumbnail that was a copyright breach. We took that link down immediately because it was really Yahoo's fault, but I continued to get, as Dr. Madison did as well, notifications from hundreds of other websites that showed that exact same link still in existence, even though we had taken it down. And this has transpired to the point that we're having to settle a copyright dispute for a temporary link that was on my site for a matter of 5-6 days. And because it still exists out there in the internet, I can testify personally that what he's experienced has happened to this company as well. So I find that he's brought himself transparently before this commission with an issue that I've experienced in ways that validate the story that he's telling.
Thank you for that. Any other commissioners have comments or thoughts or questions of Mr. Madison or of Executive Director Hurst or counsel? Mr. Junta, you want to jump in? You want to say?
I don't have anything to add to what has been said. If there's no further comment, you might want to ask the executive director whether on behalf of staff, in light of the testimony and what discussion we have had, if there are any recommendations to present to the commission's consideration.
Roger. Executive Director Hurst, in light of the testimony we have heard from Dr. Madison and our discussion, do you have any recommendations to present to the commission's consideration?
Yes, Chair Coyne, thank you. In light of the record, Dr. Madison's testimony and the subsequent discussion, I recommend the following: that per Rule 2.00615H, I, and J, Florida Administrative Code, the Commission find the following: that the institution has made significant efforts of rehabilitation by amending its website to remove any reference to an Orlando location and by contacting third-party websites to effectuate removal of any reference to the Orlando campus. That the institution did not knowingly publish information with the intent to mislead the public about its licensure status, and that the institution has corrected the violations previously found by the Commission. Accordingly, I recommend that the Commission grant the institution the remedy it seeks in its petition, namely that the Commission grant its application for provisional licensure with the contingencies that the institution submit updated financial information and an updated catalog.
Excellent. Commissioners, if that's the motion, then I would take a motion to accept the executive director's recommendations at this time.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Williams, second by Taylor Ellis and Marty. All those in favor?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. As a procedural matter, would Commissioner Marty affirm on the record that besides her attendance at the hearing, that she did in fact before the hearing have adequate opportunity to review the record?
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Marty. So we have a first and a second on a motion. And we'll call to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the recommendation carries. Welcome aboard, Dr.
Well, I really appreciate the opportunities. Thank you very much for your time. And again, I know it's been almost 3 years going back and forth on this, but I can assure you we are on the road to become a very noticeable university in Florida. Recently, we did submit an application for programmatic accreditation with IACB, and we are in phase 2 of the process. We do have another phase to receive our business accreditation. And also we did submit an application for the Middle States as a regionally accredited institution. I understand since it's been almost 3 years, we might need to get in touch with the commission to make some updates to the number of credit hours and other program outcome updates. So we will send the updated catalog, and definitely we will send the updated financial statement. I really appreciate the time.
Dr. Madison, thank you for your service and your time
Yes,
and
sir.
service to this
My
nation as
pleasure.
well.
I
Yes, sir,
agree.
of
Thank
course.
you. I was going to say the same. Thank you, Trey. Thank you for your service, sir.
Yes, ma'am, of course. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
So with that, consideration of all agenda items is items completed. We are in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow. We will take do you want to take a break before the rules committee? Or Ms. Hurst, do we have a set time that we are having the rules committee, or how do I go from here?
If you could give me a quick 15-minute break so I can switch over to my rule development workshop slides, I would greatly appreciate it.
It works for me. You all good with that?
Do we do the link that we did yesterday, or is this the same link?
No, ma'am, you'll stay on the same link you're on now.
Okay.
Oh, we stay here.
We tried to make it easier today. Stay on the same link you are now, and it will lead you to the rule development workshop.
Okay, thank you.
So we'll reconvene at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock, and we're gonna.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining the virtual rule development workshop for Rule 6E-2.004 Florida Administrative Code entitled Standards and Procedures for Licensure. I'm Tiffany Hurst, Executive Director of the Commission for Independent Education. With me today are our commissioners, the Commission's General Counsel, and staff. We are going to conduct our workshop over the next 2 days and have prepared 3 PowerPoint presentations to help guide the discussion. I will provide an overview of the new legislative changes and encourage our commissioners and others who have joined the workshop to provide input and suggestions for rule developments. For those of you that joined us yesterday, this will look very familiar. This is the same slide deck that we used yesterday, but we will be seeking input each day of these commission meetings. So let's go over a few housekeeping issues before we get started. Participants will be on mute for the duration of the webinar. Please feel free to submit questions and comments during the workshop by using the Q&A function. After the presentation, staff and I will respond to any questions, and we will then move into the public comment portion of the workshop. If you would like to speak during public comment, please use the raise the hand function to be unmuted and state your name and title and school affiliation. Before I begin an overview of statutory changes that will need rule development, I would like to provide some background for context. House Bill 1537 was passed during the 2023 legislative session and included revisions to Chapter 1005 Florida statutes, which govern the Commission. These revisions, which went into effect July 1st of this year, promote communication between institutions and their students regarding the educational commitments being made, enhance institutional and licensure application accountability, and bring consistency to the Commission's data collection efforts. The legislation and the rules that will implement it once they are developed, approved by the Commission, and receive final approval from the State Board of Education, will update licensure standards for private post-secondary educational institutions, provide additional student and program disclosures, enhance institutional data collection requirements, and provide an administrative fine for failure to timely comply, and require accreditation for certain nursing programs. This presentation will focus on legislative changes relating to data accountability, licensure standards, required program disclosures, and an accreditation requirement for certain nursing programs. The first legislative change for rule development discussion is found in newly created Section 1005.11 Florida statutes. This statute is entitled Accountability for Institutions Licensed by the Commission for Independent Education and spells out responsibilities on the part of both the Commission and institutions relating to data collection and reporting. Newly created statutory text is highlighted in yellow. Subsection 1 requires the Commission to prepare an annual accountability report for licensed institutions that must contain, at a minimum, the following: graduation rates, including the number of graduates by program, retention rates, and placement rates. The first annual accountability report must be prepared by June 30th, 2024, and then by April 15th of each year after that. Subsection 2 requires licensed institutions to provide data to the Commission in a format prescribed by the Commission. The first data collection must be provided to CIE by March 15, 2024, and by November 30th of each year after that. Placement rates must be determined using a Commission-approved methodology. Subsection 3 requires CIE to establish a common set of data definitions for institutional reporting purposes. Commission staff are particularly interested in what data definitions should be considered for rulemaking. Continuing on with the newly created Section 1005.11 Florida statutes, Subsection 4 requires the Commission to impose an administrative fine of not more than $500 when licensed institutions fail to timely submit the required data. Fines collected will be deposited in the Student Protection Fund. Subsection 5 authorizes CIE to require licensed institutions to provide institutional, graduate, and student data through reasonable data collection efforts, as required or necessitated by statute or rule. This authorization is notwithstanding Section 1005.323, relating to documentation that CIE can request from institutions licensed by means of accreditation. Commission staff are interested in any suggestions or recommended rule language that properly balance the statutory collection and reporting requirements with any potential burdens imposed upon licensed institutions. The legislature amended existing section 1005.31 Florida statutes relating to licensure of institutions. This PowerPoint does not contain 1005.31 in its entirety, only subsection 2 where the new statutory language is found. Again, newly created statutory language is highlighted in yellow. Subsection 2 requires the Commission to develop minimum standards by which institutions are evaluated for licensure. New statutory language adds the submission of a retention and completion management plan as part of the existing retention and completion standard. In addition, new paragraph A provides that the existing standard relating to admissions and recruitment shall include, but not be limited to, requirements for verification of high school graduation, high school equivalency, or qualifying scores on an ability to benefit test. Continuing with Section 1005.31 Florida statutes, new paragraph B authorizes the Commission to require licensed institution to submit a management plan and prohibit or limit student enrollments based upon certain criteria, such as institutional performance on licensure standards or the imposition of adverse action by certain agencies and entities. New subsection B is not highlighted in yellow, as it is staff's opinion that rulemaking is not required in order to implement these provisions. Any comments, however, are welcome. In addition, a new subsection 6 is created, authorizing CIE to establish, by rule, performance benchmarks to identify high-performing institutions. Rulemaking for subsection 6 will occur at a later date. This concludes the legislative changes made in Section 1005.31 that will need rule development. Newly created Section 1005.335 Florida statutes relates to accreditation requirements and programmatic approval. New statutory text to be discussed is highlighted in yellow. Subsection 1 requires that all programs offered by licensed institutions must be disclosed to CIE, including but not limited to a vocational, examination preparation, and contract training programs, as well as continuing education or professional development programs. Subsection 2 requires institutions to obtain institutional accreditation prior to obtaining approval from CIE to offer a pre-licensure professional nursing program. A separate PowerPoint presentation addresses the possible need for definitions of the term institutional accreditation and pre-licensure professional nursing program, as any proposed definitions would be included in Rule 6E-1.003 relating to definitions. In summary, under consideration are amendments to 6E-2.004, Standards and Procedures for Licensure, Standard 10, Student Services, due to the addition of Section 1005.11, the accountability for institutions licensed by the Commission for Independent Education, which states, by June 30th, 2024, and by April 15th of each year thereafter, the Commission shall prepare an annual accountability report for licensed institutions. The report must contain, at a minimum, the graduation rates, including the number of graduates by program, retention rates, and placement rates for all licensed institutions. By March 15, 2024, and by November 30th of each year thereafter, each licensed institution shall provide data to the Commission in a format prescribed by the Commission. Placement rates shall be determined using the methodology approved by the Commission. The Commission shall establish a common set of data definitions for institutional reporting purposes. Modifications may include graduation improvement plans, including the minimum percentage at which an institution must submit a graduate improvement plan, or requirement for the reporting of data to include the data points that should be submitted to the Commission, definitions and calculations for retention, graduation, and placement rates, and adoption of forms by which to disclose this data. For number 2, amendments to 6E-2.004, Standards and Procedures for Licensure, Standard 10, Student Services, due to the addition of Section 1005.31, Licensure of Institutions, that states the Commission shall develop minimum standards by which to evaluate institutions for licensure. These standards must include, at a minimum, retention and completion, including a retention and completion management plan. Modifications may include the submittal of the retention and completion plan by CIE form. The third section is amendments to 6E-2.004, Standards and Procedures for Licensure, Standard 4, Educational Programs and Curricula, due to the addition of Section 1005.335, which states all programs offered by a licensed institution must be disclosed to the Commission, including but not limited to a vocational programs, examination preparation programs, contract training programs, continuing education, or professional development programs. Modifications may include the development of a CIE form. The fourth piece is amendments to 6E-2.004 Standards and Procedures for Licensure, Standard 4, Educational Programs and Curricula, due to the addition of Section 1005.335 Florida statutes, which states an institution must obtain institutional accreditation prior to obtaining approval from the Commission to offer a pre-licensure professional nursing program. Potential modifications include the application process for institutions applying for a new pre-licensure professional nursing program and the annual licensure or renewal process for institutions with existing pre-licensure professional nursing programs to include the timeline for obtaining institutional accreditation. The focus is the time frame for the accreditation process. The fifth section is amendments to 6E-2.004 Standards and Procedures for Licensure, Standard 4, Education Programs and Curricula, due to the addition of Section 1005.31, which states the standard relating to admissions and recruitment shall include, but is not limited to, requirements for verification of high school graduation, high school equivalency, or qualifying scores on an ability to benefit test. This concludes the overview of the statutory changes to Section 1005.11, 1005.31, and 1005.33, Data Accountability, Licensure Standards, Program Disclosures, and Accreditation. I will now see if there are any questions in the Q&A. We'll give you a minute in case you have a question. Mr. Michael?
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioner, Miss First. My name is Carousel Michael, and I would like to know the status of the school that I was currently on at Perlene Health Institute 2, West Palm Beach, Florida.
Thank you for your question. Currently, we are in the question and answer portion of the workshop for 6E-2.004. Do you have any questions pertaining to this particular standard?
No, not with that. Sorry.
Thank you. All right, seeing no additional questions for this section, we will move over to our public comment section. As a reminder, use the raise your hand function if you would like to speak, and you will be unmuted. And please introduce yourself. Mr. Harris.
Ms. Hurst, thank you. I just want to ask, I made several comments about some of the rules and you went over in yesterday's meeting. Those are part of the record. I don't need to make those comments again. I know most of the commissioners were on the call yesterday as well. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Harris.
Thank you, ma'am, very much.
Did you have any additional public comment in addition to what you said yesterday?
Well, I do have one thing, and that is about the issue of the institutions that are required to provide the data and might be fined if they don't do that. One of the things that I've done is draft some language, which I'll provide to staff maybe today or by tomorrow, that would give maybe some outlines for that. Making that fine, perhaps, since the maximum is $500, is making it maybe graduated over, in other words, numbers of violations over a period of time, so that it all doesn't land at once. And then also some considerations for what happens if an institution continues to fail to provide that information, that data that the commission needs to make their annual report. So, but I'll provide that language to the staff as soon as I'm finalized with it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harris.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Ms. Michael.
afternoon, Ms. Hurst. My name is Carol Michael, and I'm a student at Early Impact Institute 2 in West Palm Beach, Florida. And I would like to know the status of the school. We have not heard anything since March 2023. And I would like to know the Teach Out program that currently I was looking into your website, and as the students are involved with investigation regarding our CEO, we would like to know what can we do as students, in order to fulfill our, and complete the program, the nursing program that we were enrolled for 2 years.
Thank you, Ms. Michael. This will be the public comment portion for the Rule 6E-2.004. It sounds like you have additional comments about another entity. If you could please email myself or your program specialist, we will be happy to address that. And my email address is Tiffany, T-I-F-F.
I have emailed you twice, and I've spoken to your colleague, Mrs. Hood, more than 10 times, and we still have not heard anything from you guys.
Ms. Michaels, please email me at tiffany.hurst1@fldoe.org. Thank you. And as we're going through these workshops, we will have the opportunity, we will talk about 6E-2.004 again tomorrow. One of the things that we're looking for public input to is specific comments related to the calculation for and the definitions of retention rates, graduation rates, and placement rates. So please keep that in mind as you're looking through the new statutory language, that we are seeking input into those areas, as well as the other things that we mentioned during this presentation. I'm checking one more time to make sure that there are no hands being raised. There are not. So thank you for the comments that were provided today. We will review them as we undergo the rule development process and draft proposed rule language for commission review and approval, which is the next step. We do greatly appreciate your inputs. In conclusion, commission staff are anticipating that some or all of the proposed rules will be on the October 18th, 2023 State Board of Education meeting. Additional information about that meeting or rule updates can be found at the website on the screen. I am also providing my email address in case you would like to submit questions, comments, or suggested rule language following the workshop. Thank you for participating in the Rule Development Workshop for 6E-2.004. And we will move on to our next rule development area. One moment, please, while I switch my screens. Thank you for your patience. randomly my mouse likes to get stuck while I'm using this computer. So we found it. It is fine. So we are moving into Rule Workshop 6E-1.003, Definition of Terms, and 6E-1.003 to Fair Consumer Practices. So you will see in front of you the housekeeping. It is the same as our last meeting. And then we will skip the background portion because we just spoke about that as well and move on to the text from House Bill 1537 related to CIE. So the first legislative change for rule development discussion is found in Section 1005.04 Florida statutes. This section provides fair consumer practices that focus on disclosures to prospective and enrolled students. I have included the entire statutory section in this presentation with the new language highlighted in yellow so that you can see the existing language and new language in context. Section 1005.04 pertains to all institutions that are under CIE's jurisdiction, as well as schools exempt from CIE's statutory purview, including religious institutions that directly or indirectly solicit students for enrollments. So we will skip to the highlighted sections, which are the new additions. So new paragraph I requires institutions prior to enrollment to provide a written disclosure to a student or prospective student of all fees and costs, refund policy, any exit examination requirements, and the grade point average required for program or degree completion. The disclosure must also include a statement on the scope of accreditation if applicable. Institutions licensed by CIE shall disclose the required information in a format prescribed by the Commission. Newly created subsection 3 provides that when applying for a licensure, the burden on demonstrating compliance with fair consumer practice is upon the person, entity, or institution asserting compliance. Determining compliance rests with the Commission, and the Commission may require further evidence and conduct further investigation as may be reasonably necessary in the Commission's judgment. This statutory text is not highlighted in yellow because, while new, Commission staff are of the opinion that rules will not be needed in order to implement it. However, public comment is welcome on the issue. This concludes the overview of statutory changes to Section 1005.04 Florida statutes relating to fair consumer practices. Subsection 1 of the newly created Section 1005.335 Florida statutes requires licensed institutions to disclose all of their programs, including ones not under the Commission's statutory purview, such as avocational programs and test prep. Rule language to implement subsection 1 will be incorporated into existing Rule 6E-2.004 Florida Administrative Code relating to licensure standards and procedures and was discussed in our earlier PowerPoint. Subsection 2 also requires institutions to obtain institutional accreditation prior to obtaining the Commission's approval to offer a pre-licensure professional nursing program. The new statutory text is included here only for any questions, comments, or public input on the need for definitions to be included in Rule 6E-1.003 Florida Administrative Code as they relate to subsection 2. This issue has been discussed in an earlier PowerPoint presentation as well. Commission staff would like input on the suggestions of rule definitions for institutional accreditation and pre-licensure professional nursing programs. In summary, under consideration are amendments to Rule 6E-1.0032, Fair Consumer Practices, due to the addition of Section 1005.041H, which states, prior to enrollment, provide a written disclosure to a student or prospective student of all fees and costs that will be incurred by a student, the institution's refund policy, any exit examination requirements, and the grade point average required for completion of the student's program or degree. The disclosure shall include a statement regarding the scope of accreditation if applicable. Institutions licensed by the Commission for Independent Education shall disclose the information required pursuant to this paragraph in a format prescribed by the Commission. Potential modifications are to Rule 6E-1.00326, Catalog Disclosures, and Section 8, Enrollment Agreements. Additionally, under consideration are amendments to Rule 6E-1.003, Definitions of Terms, due to the addition of Section 1005, which states an institution must obtain institutional accreditation prior to obtaining approval from the Commission to offer a pre-licensure professional nursing program. The potential modifications are to Rule 6E-1.003, new definitions for institutional accreditation and pre-licensure professional nursing program. At this time, I will show you the draft language for both of these sections. So I will scroll down. This is what you will see on this page are both our legislative changes that we just discussed in House Bill 1537, and I will move to the rule. So this is going to reflect draft amendments to Rule 6E-1.003. Everything that is not highlighted and underlined is existing language. I will make the text bigger. One moment, please. That should be a little bit more helpful. So the first section we come to is our new draft language for the definition institutional accreditation, which means accredited status awarded to an institution by an accrediting agency or association that is recognized by the United States Department of Education as an institutional accrediting agency. The second definition is number 52, pre-licensure professional nursing program, which means a nursing education program that prepares a student for the practice of professional nursing by being qualified to apply for licensure as a registered nurse. This includes, but is not limited to, Associates of Science in Nursing, Bachelor of Science in Nursing, Licensed Practical Nursing to Associate of Science in Nursing, Licensed Practical Nursing to Bachelor of Science in Nursing, and Accelerated Bachelor of Science in Nursing. The nursing assistant, practical nursing, and RN to BSN programs are not included within this definition. That will conclude all the changes to the definitions rule. Draft amendments to Rule 6E-1.003, Fair Consumer Practices, are as follows. Under Section 6, each prospective student shall be provided a written copy or shall have access to an electronic copy of the institution's catalog prior to enrollment or the collection of any tuition, fees, or other charges. The catalog shall contain the following required disclosures, and catalogs of licensed institutions must also contain the information required in the subsections. We are recommending language to Section B, Educational Programs and Curricula, which states this shall include, at a minimum, the grade point average required for completion of the program and any exit examination requirements, including the required passing score of exit exams if applicable. We are also recommending additions to Section 8, which states the licensed institution which is not accredited by the United States Department of Education recognized as institutional accrediting agency shall use an enrollment agreement or application for admission which, in addition to the catalog, shall be the binding contract between the institution and the student. The binding document shall include, but not be limited to, the following. Under Section E, credential for satisfactory completion, we are recommending at a minimum. This must include the grade point average required for completion of the program and any exit examination requirements, including the required passing score of exit exams if applicable. And that concludes the draft language in those sections. Do we have any questions related to this section? give you one more minute for any questions in this section. Okay, seeing none, we will move into our public comment portion. Just as a reminder, please use the raise your hand function if you would like to speak, and you will be unmuted, and please introduce yourself. I believe Mr. Harris is on the line.
Thank you, Ms. Hurst. Just a couple of comments very quickly. I think the definitions that you've created for both accreditation as well as the professional nursing programs are right on with the language in the statute. The only thing I might consider adding, just think about it, is a reference to the Code of Federal Regulations, which deals with accreditation as well, 34 CFR 602. Just something to think about. Sometimes when we refer in rules to federal statutes, they may change. But again, I think everyone pretty much understands what that means, and I think the definition meets it, but I think it might help if that reference to that CFR was included. The second thing, in terms of scope of accreditation, there's language in the statute which talks about schools having to disclose the scope of accreditation. Most of the things that are in here, other than perhaps grade point average for the completion of a student's program, has been something the commission has always required. But the language is different than the current, what has currently been the requirement, talking about regarding the scope of accreditation if applicable. I think that needs to be focused on, because the scope of accreditation, what someone may disclose in that regard in a catalog or some other document, might be different. Talking about, they may not understand generally what it means, because not all institutions, as you know, are accredited. And when you talk about scope of accreditation, you're talking about, for example, COE accredits up to the level of associate level and no higher. In other words, what exactly, when you talk about the scope of accreditation, what exactly will be required? I think there needs to be some work done on that so that there's no confusion by the schools as to what they have to include in that disclosure. But those are the only comments I have, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Is there anyone else on the line? Hearing none, thank you for your comments that were provided today for this section. We will review those comments as we undergo the rule development process and draft proposed rule language for commission review and approval, which is the next step in this process. We do appreciate your inputs. As you saw earlier, this is our additional information. Commission staff are anticipating that some or all of the proposed rules will be on the October 18, 2023 State Board of Education meeting. Additional information about that meeting or rule updates can be found at the website on the screen. I am also providing my email address in case you would like to submit questions, comments, or suggested rule language following the workshop. Thank you for participating in this workshop, and we will move on to the third and final workshop.
Thank you. I'll see you all tomorrow. Correct?
Wait, we have one more left.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
You got so excited to leave me already. I just have one more. I'll be quick.
Okay. Sorry.
Thank you, Turcoin. So this will be the final rule workshop for today, and this is 6E-4.001 fees and expenses. This is a new rules development workshop. We did not hear this rule yesterday, so this will be the first time hearing it. So thank you for joining. As a reminder, you'll see in front of you the webinar logistics, the background of House Bill 1537, and then we will get into the text that is affecting the CIE institutions. So the focus of this rule development is to determine what language should be added to Rule 6E-4.001 relating to fees and expenses in order to provide notice to institutions and the public of the new administrative fine created under Section 1005.11 Florida statutes. In order to provide context for rule language to implement subsection 4, I will briefly review all the provisions of the new section. Subsection 1 requires the Commission to prepare an annual accountability report for licensed institutions that must contain the graduation rates, including the number of graduates by program, retention rates, and placement rates. The first annual accountability report must be prepared by June 30th, 2024, and then by April 15th of each year after that. Subsection 2 requires licensed institutions to provide data to the Commission in a format prescribed by the Commission. The first data collection must be provided to CIE by March 15th, 2024, and by November 30th of each year after that. Placement rates shall be determined using the Commission-approved methodology. Subsection 3 requires CIE to establish a common set of data definitions for institutional reporting purposes. Continuing with the new section, subsection 4 requires the Commission to impose an administrative fine of not more than $500 when licensed institutions fail to timely submit the required data. Fines collected will be deposited in the Student Protection Fund. Subsection 5 authorizes CIE to require the institutions to provide the institutional, graduate, and student data through reasonable data collection efforts as required or necessitated by statute or rule. In summary, under consideration are amendments to Rule 6E-4.001, fees and expenses due to the addition of Section 1005.11 Florida statute, subsection 4, which states, the Commission shall impose an administrative fine of not more than $500 when a licensed institution fails to timely submit the required data to the Commission pursuant to this section. Administrative fines collected under this subsection shall be deposited into the Student Protection Fund. The potential modification is to Rule 6E-1.004 under 4, fines and disciplinary oversights. And I will show you the draft language. So what you see on your screen is rule number 6E-4.001. As a reminder, if it is not highlighted or underlined, it is the already an existing rule, and the highlighted portions will be the additions. So the current draft is that for 4, fines and disciplinary oversights would fall under, this section would fall under 4, and it would say fine for failure to timely submit accountability data required by Rule 6E-2.004 10G, and then it has the amount of $500. And the additional, in addition to number 9, which states that all fees and fines imposed for probation and other violations shall be paid to the Chief Financial Officer of the Department of Education for deposit into the Institutional Assessment Trust Fund as established in Section 1010.83 Florida statutes and identified as a separate revenue account for the authorized expense of the Commission under the provisions of Section 1010.83 Florida statutes. The addition is, with the exception that all fees imposed under Rule 6E-2.004 10G Florida Administrative Code shall be deposited into the Student Protection Fund established pursuant to Section 1005.37 Florida statutes. And that is the complete draft language for that section. I will now open the floor to any questions. Mr. Harris.
Good, I just unmuted myself. I have a number of questions. Let me start with the last question first based upon the draft language. The draft language talks about fees being deposited into the Student Protection Fund from this and not fines. And there's a distinction in current rules and statutes about distinction between fees and fines. is fees the proper word, or should it be fines? That's my first question. Second question, as I mentioned earlier, is can consideration be made of graduating that fine and not just go to $500 for the first violation? Just something to think about. Again, I'd like to propose some language on that. And then you talked earlier about the data collection by March 15th of 2024 and by November 30th of each year thereafter. The question is, will all of this roll into the current data collection that the commission has been doing for years, right around November of each year? How will that roll into it? Schools I know are going to ask that question. And then the last question I have is, will these fines, any fines imposed, will they be separately identified in the Student Protection Fund report that's given to the commissioners and made available to the public at each commission meeting? Will that be publicly reported, or will it just be part of the entire report that's provided to the commission members? Those are the questions I have, Ms. Search. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. Those will be taken under consideration as we develop the rule.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no additional questions, we will move to the public comment portion. As a reminder, use the raise your hand function if you would like to speak, and you will be unmuted. And please introduce yourself. Give it 30 more seconds. All right, maybe not 30 more seconds. I'll wrap it up now. Oh, there was one.
Hello.
Hi, Ms. Goldstein.
Hi. Sorry for the delay. I couldn't
That
find
is
my-
okay. Thank you for joining.
So it's Brittany and Maggie Goldstein from Meridian West Central College in Sarasota. So we just had a question. We just wanted some clarification under these new rules. If there is a request or requirement to have institutional accreditation before programmatic accreditation, or if the order does or does not matter.
So for the purposes of the statute, it requires institutional accreditation prior to obtaining approval from the commission for a pre-licensure professional nursing program.
Okay, so, and we are already in like a currently approved school currently going through the institutional accreditation. So we're doing that in the correct order then, right?
Yes, I can't speak to programmatic versus institutional accreditation. We are working off of what the statutory language requires, which is institutional accreditation for it. You may have to seek programmatic accreditation through the Board of Nursing rules. So I don't want to speak incorrectly to what you actually need to do for your program. But for the purposes of this, it is institutional accreditation prior to receiving approval from the commission for a pre-licensure professional nursing program.
Okay, excellent. That answered my question perfectly. We already requested information from Board of Nursing. We wanted to see what CIE rules were for the order. So no, that's perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, thank you for the comments that were provided today. We'll review those comments as we undergo the rule development process and draft proposed rule language for commission review and approval, which is our next step. We appreciate your input. As a reminder, we do anticipate being on the October 18th, 2023 State Board of Education meeting. Additional information about that meeting or rule updates can be found at the website on the screen. I'm also providing my email address in case you would like to submit questions, comments, or suggested rule language following the workshop. Thank you for participating in the rule development workshops today. This now concludes the workshop. And Dr. Coyne, I will turn it over to you for the closure of the evening.
Thank you all for your participation and commitment to the issues before the CIE and the rule development. I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Have a great evening. Meeting's adjourned.